Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing today? Tuesday stream. Now that is rare. But I was off work, and Cash got revealed yesterday, and I didn't stream yesterday. But we'll be streaming today, so I haven't really looked at Cash yet. I've seen like things that people have posted, a couple of different skills just in isolation, and I did watch the little video that they posted very briefly, half paying attention. So we'll watch that through again. When do you think we'll get the full skill tree with numbers? When the game comes out. When the game comes out? When Cash comes out. He looks crazy. I've heard. I've heard that he just kind of seems like power creep, but we don't know numbers yet. And we don't know numbers yet. So I guess we just go straight in. Although we do actually get the community event, where we got a grand total of 36 million legendaries, and we needed 1.5. Got a feeling they weren't expecting the loot event to do what the loot event did. Because we were getting like 40 times more loot enemies than they intended. I mean, I did see the slag comparison, Jim, and it's just like, it's just a debuff. There's countless debuffs already in this game. Like, just looking at a debuff and going, oh, slag is... whatever. Look at the Kyrish. And what one would expect. Time kill basic psychos. You also can't judge a power by those clips because you've got no idea what the spec is, what the levels are, what the gear is. You cannot judge. Like, I wouldn't expect it to kill basic psychos if they, loaded up onto UVH5 without a fucking build. Trying to judge power based on promotional clips is one of the most ridiculous and just pointless. Now, do I expect the action skills to be good? No, because it's an action skill in Borderlands 4, but not because of the promotional clip. We'll play through with them day one. You're gonna jump into playing Cash. I'm gonna do the DLC first. Obviously, you can do both at the same time, but I want to do the DLC on a leveled character. Is precedent it might be ass? The precedence that it might be ass is because action skills in Borderlands 4 are ass. Never once have you been able to accurately dictate how strong something is based on promotional clips, because you just do not know the situation of which it is good. Don't do that. You'll make a fool of yourself, like you are doing right now. Claymore, I clicked in it and it said false link and didn't work, but I've seen it on Twitter anyway. I've seen the clip, and I also think it is one of the stupidest things you can do when looking into how powerful something's gonna be. That won't change. I've seen the clip. It does not matter. I don't know how many more times I need to say it. Now, the action skill itself does look silly. I will say that. It doesn't look at all fun to use. Very bad transformation ones. The damage type is going to be important. The fact that he goes into mode means that it might be difficult to do mixologist bullshit. Because if those pistols deal gun damage, obviously that opens the door to mixologist. But if he goes into a separate mode, you might not be able to do that. And, you know, action skills doing damage on their own is just not a thing that this game does. You need either, you know, flat damage on top like mixologist, or double dipping, or both. Right. First, we've got gameplay overview and skill tree reveal. I really wish it was first person. Same. The fact that it's third person and auto targeting, like, come on. At least let us aim the thing. Because you just kind of push the button and then you click. You're not doing anything. The card action skill looks a lot more interesting for that. Yet, I don't expect the card action skill to be any good. Use option with right click. Okay, that'll be good. Alright, let's read through it. Bend fortune to your favor with Cash the Rogue, an all-new Vault Hunter, available as Story Pack 2, yada yada. March 26th. If you're a big fan of action skills that unleash killer surprises, such as depression and lack of damage, Cash's distinctly variable kit lets you go for broke and overcome the odds in any firefight. Cash's 3 action skills are always powerful at baseline. We'll see. But 2 of them have a chance to be even better suited for situations when luck is on your side. Watch the Cash gameplay overview above to see the trinket-adorned casino bot rip through opposition using proverbial aces up his sleeves, including spell-slinging cards and his mythical deck of Cleromancy, dual-wielded revolvers, and eldritch totems summoned by the rolls of enchanted bone dice. As the first of 2 new Vault Hunters coming to Borderlands 4 via paid story packs, Cash is playable across the entire game, yada yada. Level 13 start. Is that a build crafting anticipation level? I've just gone live, I've not looked at the skill tree yet. What does Rogue mean in the game with no stealth or stealing elements? High mobility, dodging, fast striking. What I would think. The rest of the elements of Rogue. A dexterous playstyle. Level 13 and a 30 skip. Well, 30 is story skip. This one, you still do a lot of the progression of the story, but you just skip the prologue. There is no 30 skip. Question mark. Isn't the story skip 50? No, it's 30. Get insights into Cash's creation with this blog post from senior character design Tommy Westerman, where he outlines the design philosophy behind Cash action skills and the ways unpredictable outcomes fuel the power fantasy of his rogue class. Cash is just one element of Story Pack 1's wide variety of added content, yada yada yada. Then it'll all come down to maths. It'll all come down to maths. We do need the numbers. Hey Viper, how you doing? Hello, hello. Cash's trait Windfall. can enhance his action skills further, amping up the excitement of pressing your luck during battle for big payoffs. Cash gains fortune stacks when he kills an enemy and has a chance to enter Windfall every time he automatically reads his gun after expending all ammo or uses an action skill. Ah, I said that! I said that last week! Ha! I knew it! Mag dumping. Windfall consumes all stacks of fortune for increased skill damage and gun damage and upgrades his action skill while Windfall is active. While Windfall is active, fortune stacks act as if Cash has max stacks of fortune. Okay, so you gain fortune stacks when you kill an enemy, but whilst Windfall's active, fortune skills act as if you have max stacks. So that'll be useful for boss fights. Not quite sure I understand what the fortune stacks really do. Because Windfall consumes all stacks for increased skill and gun damage, but they act as if you have max. So, like, if you consume less, do you still just have max? Yo, Martin, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. I remember I so called it. I did call it. Hot Slug is going to be a good pick. So Hot Slug is an interesting one because if you fire that manually reloading, it's so sluggish. Sorry, automatically reloading. It's so sluggish. With weapons like Hellwalker and Hot Slugger, if you manually reload that gun, you basically double its fire rate. That does not happen with guns with larger mag sizes. So I'm thinking weapons with slightly more mag that you don't manually reload. That you don't manually reload, like SMGs or something like a Shalashashka or a 7 Sense. I'm thinking guns like that, because Hellwalker and Hot Slugger, if you try using those without manually reloading, it is pain. You got $50 in your Steam wallet ready for this premium gaming experience. You're a premium gamer. Hey, Claymore, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. So skill and gun damage. Of course, we have I am a gun, which converts gun damage into skill damage. So if there's any way to convert our gun damage into skill damage, then that's going to be very efficient. Also, any skill tree bonus elements are likely going to be very powerful thanks to Windfall stacks of fortune, getting that skill damage and gun damage. So any way to apply skill to gun is going to be what you want to be doing on Cash, is what I'm seeing immediately. Infinite ammo, 100% crit incoming. Here's a high-level overview of the core action skills that Cash uses to deal death. Crossfire. When the stakes call for a sure shot, holster your current weapon and brandish Cash's dual revolvers to unleash a hail of bullets. From third-person perspective, akin to arc knives, during Crossfire you can trigger secondary effects like a melee knockback and a targeted lock-on. Okay, so that's a secondary effect. That might be an augment then. During Windfall, dual revolver shots have a chance to ricochet. Okay, so Windfall is the trait, which is enhancing action skills further, so that's the enhancement. Don't understand what procs Windfall. Has a chance to enter Windfall every time he automatically reloads his gun after expending all ammo or uses an action skill. So I don't think the chance is on the action skill. The chance is just the reload. But if you use an action skill, it'll automatically trigger Windfall. I think that's a weird wording here, but I think the chance is only on the reload. A chance on action skill use would suck. Sleight of Hand. Pick a card. Any card that will make quick work of targets with their deadly magic. When activated, Cash draws magic cards in each hand as you quickly toss out a volley of spells like Fireball or Magic Missile, and the more available via augments. Just remember, adding more card types to your deck makes your draws more random. I kind of like that idea. During Windfall, each card has greatly increased effects. Okay, so now it's... I'm now thinking about that Windfall thing and action skill. Maybe it is just a chance. Maybe your action skill just has a chance to not be as good as it could be. I need to see the wording on the character in-game to get a clearer view of how Windfall is working. Because you need Windfall active to get the special versions of the action skill. So activating your action skill won't automatically trigger Windfall, otherwise you'll never have the weaker version. So it still has to be a chance then. So, okay, you activate your action skill and it might just not be as good. Two of his action skills are transformation, so how would he activate or empty his mag? So basically you would, as you're flying into the boss arena, you are spamming your mags, your reloads, just to try and trigger Windfall. And if you don't get it, you just have to keep doing it, and then as soon as it triggers, then you can activate your action skill. Hey. Yeah, he'll have a class mod or something as well, presumably. Might have his own version of the dancer. And Cleromancy. Cast your lot by rolling supernatural bone dice, which summon a bone totem with unique effects based on the roll results. Depending on which bone totem warps in, it might generate buffing effects or deal damage like a turret. Some totems are stationary, others seek out allies or enemies. During Windfall, dice rolls will always result in a unique roll. What does that mean? Okay, so a turret, which would suck, or bust to the player, which is probably the best one that you're going to go for. So imagine activating your skill tree to buff your weapon and just getting a turret that hits for like 400 damage. As long as the action skill is fine without Windfall. They said it would be, but I also don't trust their wording when it comes to saying that action skills will be good, because look at base game. Hey kitty, good to see you. Hiya. Means you can't get two of the same totems. Is that always good? Actually, 3 skill trees, Chaos Walking, Luck of the Draw, and Roll the Bones lend themselves to all kinds of build crafting. A big difference compared to Borderlands 4's other Vault Hunters is that Cash doesn't have capstone abilities. Instead, all 3 trees offer the Devil's Times passive that grants Cash an additional augment slot, meaning you can build Cash to have 4 total augments at the same time. Huh? So you mean an additional 3 slots? You only get 1 augment. Which is it? Vague wording! Once you peruse Cash's skill trees and considered all the augments, you can mix and match. Your mind may start to swirl with the tantalizing possibilities, the same way a gambler dreams of hitting the next jackpot. Or a Vex player dreams of actually activating her skills. Crossfire with burning incendiary rounds and volleys of rockets, sleight of hand decks with cards that summon black holes, freeze solid enemy solid, or spray corrosive acid, or Cleromancy rolls summoning bone totems that call down chain lightning, spawn eldritch bullets, or protect your allies with an overshield. Each skill tree is a tier 3 1-point skill that gives an extra augment. I see. So if you spec into all 3 trees at once, you can get up to 4. Got it. Overshield? Well, given how easy it is to get overshields in this game outside of skill trees, that might just end up being really shit. Like, give your allies overshield. Yes, because Vex and Harlow really need help with that. I mean, Amon too has so many just do something and get full overshield. Like, you don't... Giving your allies overshields is a bit of a waste. Card throwing is going to be the good one, totem's going to be clickbait. See, I'm not convinced with card throwing because I think it's going to be just base card damage with no forms of double dipping. I think cards are going to be the worst. I think guns are going to be the okay one because at least you get like gun damage. Gun damage and skill damage together. I am a gun to convert your gun damage into skill damage so you get both. Like... I think the guns are going to be okay. Graham talking about augments. Okay, yeah. No skill points for that though, is there? It's only 33, Jitterbug. Do some maths. My thoughts are nothing. I mean, that's a good stance to have, Artemis, because hold on. That's a good stance to have because we haven't played it yet. So it makes sense to reserve your thoughts until you've played it. The numbers, Mason. You think totems are going to be best than guns in the deck just because totems can buff your damage? Guns maybe because they can get amp, the deck will be ass. That's kind of what I'm thinking. The self buffs for totems will be good. Because then your action skill will work like the other action skills of the game, like activating an action skill on Rafa for overdrive, activating an action skill on Vex for like 30% bonus element, activating your skill tree in Harlow to trigger excited state buffs. It's just going to be... Totems are just going to be your buff action skill that don't really do anything on their own. But only sometimes. I just got a feeling it's going to be so ass to build around. You can take a look into your own hands as Cash the Rogue. March 26th. Hooray! Right, there was another... Feeling lucky. Hi, I'm Tommy Westman, Senior Character Designer on Borderlands 4. Showing some insights into the making of Cash. We should probably watch the thing, actually. Fucking embeds.
Nothing to fear! Nothing to fear!
The game is not over. It has only just begun. Good luck dodging this! I do my best work in the space between hope, luck, and talent.
Surrender, interloper!
Has something up your sleeve? I certainly do. Big money! Got something for you. Almost feel bad. Almost. Steeping with power.
Just die!
You are out of luck, my friend.
So you might have noticed that during that he was basically one-shotting enemies with his action skills in this promotional trailer. So that clearly means that the action skills are actually going to be very powerful. We've got nothing to worry about because we like judging levels of power based off of promotional material. A bit silly, isn't it? He didn't one-shot the guys, well, he did some of them. Back on to Tommy's post. Tommy Westerman. I've been a character designer at Gearbox since Borderlands the pre-sequel, where together with the team I designed Claptrap as the playable Frag Trap class, as well as Jack the Doppelganger and Aurelia. In Borderlands 3, designed Amara and Zane, followed by Clawbringer and Spellshot. And that finally brings us to Borderlands 4, where he designed Rafa, Harlow, and Cash. Rolls and everything in his aura explodes. When designing Cash's unique action skills, augments, and passes, the team and I really got to lean into the power fantasy of going for broke as a devil-may-care gambler, bending luck to your favor, and overcome any odds. So I wonder if it's got ways to guarantee, like, high rolls, or whatever. Ever since we designed Claptrap over a decade ago, I had ideas in my head on things I wanted to fix, change, or tweak. With Cash the Rogue, I was excited for the opportunity to work with the team on another character class that has some purposely unpredictable playstyles. Infinite ammo, 100% crit confirmed. Clawbringer spell shot, so dog water and liquid gold. I agree. Clawbringer, fucking gold as shit. How is it 2026 and we're still calling Clawbringer shit? Come on, dude. It was not. One-shotting bosses with action skills was something that the spell shot struggled with. Hammer, big damage. 2026 Clawbringer Slander is wild. Non-knowers. Unless they were just calling spell shot shit, in which case, fair enough, carry on. Cash's skills range from not very random to absolutely random. So at least if we don't want the randomness, if we can make a good build that isn't random, that'll be good. But what's key is that you're always able to influence that randomness. Wondering how they're doing that. Beating the odds. When it comes to Cash's backstory, he's a former casino bot with a new lease on life. After a long streak of gaming the solar systems, casinos, and battlefields with statistical insights, he developed a taste for the unpredictable after winning the magical deck of Cleromancy in a high-stakes game. Now that he's seeking out more lucrative, dangerous risks, a career in vault hunting is the perfect way to bet on himself in the biggest way possible. I like the Reaper ult move. You know, the Clawbringer skill tree was like, okay. Ignore the capstone. But the action skills were just among the best in the game. Like, Cleansing Flames was shit, but it was still a good enough delivery method for big double-dipping dots. Like, there wasn't ever a reason to use Cleansing Flames over Storm Dragon Judgment, but it was so powerful that you still could. And because Storm Dragon Judgment was just that much better than Cleansing Flames, and because you could use Cleansing Flames, that meant that Storm Dragon Judgment action skill was just really good. It was fantastic in playthrough. I would almost always multi-class into Clawbringer just so I had access to it. And then in endgame it just got better. A spin to win spin to win goes back ages. We love spin to win. We know that fans love robot vault hunters. I don't, like Claptrap and Flack. So we're eager to bring Cash to Borderlands 4. When thinking of a vault hunter's origins, our first pick was to simply make an interesting character, whether they're flesh and blood or circuits and bolts. We started with the idea of a casino bot who's obsessed with numbers and probability. But the exciting hook for us was Cash's desire to seek out eldritch trinkets that completely upend mathematical chances. As for what Cash adds thematically to Borderlands 4's assemble, most people picture classic rogues as sneaking, attacking thieves, but there's also the gambler who relies on luck and wit. We want Cash to feel like the latter, rarer archetype, someone who doesn't pick pockets but steals your money away because he knows how to manipulate the odds. Okay, that's where the rogue side comes from. Yeah, if you ever do a Wonderlands playthrough, excellent. Start with either Clawbringer or Stauromancer, and then run for Alchemical Agent on Stauromancer. That, paired with Storm Dragon Judgment with a high crit chance melee weapon, you're in good hands. As for what Cash adds thematically, yeah, I've just read that one. Heart of the cards, and dice, and guns. Cash's penchant for unpredictability is epitomized by his action skills and skill trees, giving Cash dice, a deck of cards. You've seen perfect those who love randomness, while his dual revolvers felt right for the promise of a Wild West-style gambler. I hope the revolvers are fun. Seeing gameplay didn't fill me with a lot of hope, but I hope they're fun. That was a design choice of all time. Stabo was terrible, apart from action skills and Alchemical Agent. Like, tier 5 and tier 6. Great. Everything before that, very subpar. Right, so where was I? Skill trees are unique in that they don't feature any capstones, but all three of his trees offer skills that grant additional augment slot. By building across those three trees, you give Caches up to 4 augments total. Imagining how many augments equipped gives you more control over the degree of randomness for his action skill. One thing we always try to do with Borderlands DLC characters is break some rules. BL2's Gave introduced stacks, and Krieg turned the entire idea of FPS combat on its head. Pre-sequels Aurelia made me burn out the game, get bored of it, and stop playing. And Claptrap, even though some of us really liked them, we all kind of looked at each other and said, well, let's never do that again. Cash broke that rule, and I love him for it. introduce stacks. Sort of. I mean, there wasn't really a stacking character before Gage. You could chain skills together, but you weren't getting stacks of skills before Gage. Yeah, you had the sniper one. I think that was kind of it. That is true. You did have critical ascension. Sure enjoyed shooting the piano to build the panicky stacks. Right. The skill tree. Why is it so, like, leftward? Normally that far left, is it? You're going over there. Okay, MOBA is woke now. Oh yeah, I didn't even look at the official source, I just went straight. I just checked. So is it on MOBA yet? Yes, it is. What was Zane's uncapped purple skill at launch? Commitment. Commitment wasn't introduced until like a year later. On launch, Zane didn't have stacks to his skills. That was introduced a month or so later to give him 2 stacks of kill skills. And then a year after that, they gave him commitment. Which shouldn't have been uncapped. Alright, let's start left to right with Crossfire. Cash puts away his guns and equips his dual revolvers. While equipped, he automatically fires these weapons, dealing kinetic gun damage to enemies under his crosshairs. While Windfall is active, his dual revolvers gain ricochet chance. Holding action skill causes Crossfire to end early. Good. Press and hold fire during Crossfire to activate burst fire, increasing Cash's fire rate and causing Crossfire's duration to drain more quickly. Pressing and hold aim during Crossfire to toggle lock-on onto target enemy. Press melee during Crossfire to perform a melee attack that knocks Cash and his target back. That knocks Cash back. Interesting. Might get some movement tech out of that. And Windfall. Cash gains fortune stacks when he kills an enemy and has a chance to enter Windfall every time he automatically reloads his gun after expending all ammo or uses an action skill. Windfall consumes all stacks of fortune for increased skill damage and gun damage and upgrades his action skills, while Windfall is active. While Windfall is active, fortune skills act as if Cash has max stack fortune. Okay, so fortune skills are a separate thing. Right. Got it. Alright, tier 1. Fire rate with guns and action skills. Critical hit damage. Health regeneration, the fastly moving. And a fortune skill. Whenever Cash gains a stack of fortune, he restores his action skill duration with minimum diminishing returns. Okay, depending on values, we've got 3 very good perks here. Crit damage will be double what it lists. Hard-boiled might be like a 2-drop there, so maybe like a split. Have to see what the values are and how it diminishes. I was going to have fun adding more augment slots. It works on Vax. Pretty sure. Yeah, it works on Vax. So they can just they already have the functionality, so they just need to update that. Okay, so Shootist gains increased gun damage. We'll probably ignore that one. Cash gains a chance to critical hit with action skills and guns. Okay. So, Vex has one that is skill crit chance and a separate skill that is gun crit chance, and each of these individually are 3% per point. This, you get a restricted version of one, but essentially both in one skill. This is more than 3%. It's tier 2 as well. By all accounts of logic, this should not be more than 3%, but there's no way they make it less. This is Vex Slander, is what this is. It's tier 2. Vexes are tier 3 and tier 4, respectively. Two different skills, 3% each. Terrible. This is going to be far stronger. Oh, I think we'll rock that one. And then if we get 1 point fire rate, we can get bonus incendiary damage. The higher his fire rate, the greater the bonus. Oh, I like that. Because I have seen the melee damage bonus element. 1 point in that, specialization CQC, always on, 30% fire rate for 1 skill point. Now, if we have some form of good overshield stuff, which it sounds like Cash might have, we can then get infinite ammo on an Oh My God, which is important, because with overshield you have infinite ammo with the Oh My God, which allows you to fish for short circuit, which is 100% fire rate. And you pair that with an Oh My God, you don't need infinite ammo on your skill tree, because you have Oh My God and an overshield. So at 100% fire rate, hot hand, it's all coming together. You know what you're saying, buff Vex? Vex has a lot of terrible skills that we just never take. From a level 1 Siphon Amp Lots, that would be bad because you get shot once and you lose your overshield. You want a high level shield. There's no benefit to running low level shields. I'm Guardian Aid for shield cycling. I haven't seen a skill that would require that yet. You're ahead of me. I'm only at tier 3 in red, so slow down. Alright, next up, Trick Shot. Fortune skill. Cash gains ricochet chance for his gun. Shots that ricochet this way are turned into bone shards. When bone shards damage an enemy, they create bone splinters that converge around them, dealing kinetic damage. Enemies damaged by bone shards take increased damage from all sources. The more fortune stacks Cash has, the greater the chance. Okay, so it's kind of like Bullet Hail, but does more. Cool. It's not just Vex that's getting power creeped out. Devil's Tines. Additional augment slot. They have not done the functionality. This car ricochets pipe 2 and it sucks. Yeah, it's Bullet Hail. Bone shards. Bone totems. The Bone Collector. Ride to Ruin. Passive. Kill skill. Whenever Cash kills an enemy or his action skill is active, begin accumulating Ride to Ruin stacks. When his action skill ends, refund action skill cooldown equal to the amount of Ride to Ruin stacks he has. Well, that's just cool. I want that. A Blur of Fingers and Brass. Whenever Cash gains a stack of fortune, he gains increased reload speed and fire rate with his guns and action skills. This affects stacks. Well, that's very good as well. He's boning his enemies. And the two augments that I skipped over. Midnight Showdown. Cash gains increased movement speed while Crossfire is active. Dash Override. Cash Shadow Steps, granting him increased fire rate, causing his shots to ricochet for a duration. Ooh, I wonder if that works with Oh My God. Probably not. While Windfall is active, Ricochet split into 2 bullets. See, that's very good. Also, Trick Shot probably will work with Oh My God, so... Well, that's a 3 points. You miss Wonderland skeleton voice. The skeleton voice trends are so good. And Hell followed with him. Pressing fire during Crossfire to attempt Windfall and spend all fortune stacks to attempt Windfall. I don't like that word. And spend all fortune stacks to deal bonus incendiary damage for the remainder of the action skill duration. This affects stacks every time it is activated. Back in my day, we needed Mortal Terror to have half this shit. This is already looking a lot of fun. I am liking this already. The left branch, Brimstone. Cash gains increased reload speed. Cash's fire rate now benefits from increases to reload speed. Fire rate soap! We have fire rate soap! I imagine that's a percentage of. So if you have like 10% reload speed, you get like 3% fire rate. Res character's silly. Yeah, this is looking a lot of fun just as a gun build. Like even without your action skill. This is looking like I'm thinking red tree, but with green tree action skill. That's what I'm thinking. Fast Cash, fortune skill. Cash gains increased movement speed. The more fortune stacks you have, the greater the bonus. Yeah, sorry, I'm going Brimstone. Show your marrow. Crossfire gains increased fire rate. Cash's dual revolvers gain a chance to shoot kinetic bone shards that create bone splinters around the impacted enemy and converge. Is this just... So we've got it on guns. This gives it to your action skill. So it's the same thing. But now your action skill does it. Is this the first time I'm going through the skill trees? Yes. Strongest voltage in the series? Oh, hold on there. We haven't seen Eraser yet, okay? It's going to take some beating to beat Zane. Because, like, Eraser existed. I haven't seen an Eraser skill yet. You can do 15 quintillion damage to everything you shoot. That is still going to be slower than a razor. So let's calm down. iCal 3 is not a razor. It's not even close. Okay, so enemies damaged by bone shards takes increased damage from all sources. Reload override. Press reload to make Cash sacrifice a portion of his health to gain increased fire rate and increased kinetic bone shard chance for a duration. This affects stacks. Oh, I like that. Like that a lot. Tier 2 of the left branch, Firestorm. Cash deals bonus incendiary damage with his guns. The faster he's moving, the greater the bonus. Burn the house down. Whenever Cash loses fortune stacks, lob fire mortars at nearby enemies that deal damage based on the fortune stacks lost. Oh, we saw that. That's the game. That was in the gameplay. We saw a totem do that. Bone shard. Top action skill, reload a few times, cancel action skill, go burn. If the duration persists outside of the duration of the action skill, then absolutely. It's high noon. Fortune skill, whenever Cash deals gun damage, he gains a chance to create a fire nova. Cooldown, 35 seconds. Now, is that short fuse, or is that flat damage? If it's flat damage, it'll probably be shit. If it's short fuse, it might be good depending on what the internal cooldown is. Sick flaming motorbike. Well, what you can do is you can put the flame skin onto the motorbike that's already in the game. Okay, it's not a real. It's not like it's not got wheels. This is Borderlands 4, and that involves coding physics. It is easier to make a hover bike, but you can make a hover bike. 8 seconds would be disappointing. You'd want like 1 second here. I think Amon's got a skill with an 8-second cooldown, and it just kind of sucks. Bloodstained Moon. Whenever a Cash critically hits an enemy, he gains increased elemental effect chance, elemental effect damage, and elemental damage. Right. Fortune skill. Whenever the Cash kills an enemy with a critical hit, lob fire mortars at nearby enemies. The more fortune stacks you have, the greater the damage. See, that just looks cool. One point. Okay, so five-point skill, Havoc. Radiation damage 8%, radiation dot damage 6%. Shiver. Cryo damage 8%, cryo status effect damage 6%. Storm Blessed. Shock damage 8%, shock status effect damage 6%. Necrosis. Corrosive damage 8%, corrosive status effect damage 6%. And Burnt Offering. Incendiary damage 8%, incendiary status effect damage 6%. These are individual 5-point skills per element. For this to be balanced, this needs to give you like 1%. Oh, that's wrong. Is the skill tree on Loot Lemon? Yeah. Able to quickly link me that. Just so if we come across a skill that's wrong, I can just quickly flick over to Loot Lemon. Alright, middle branch, as was mentioned earlier. Lawless, flak deals kinetic damage. So, watch that just be for no reason a higher percentage than what Vex has. Truck! Ash deals bonus kinetic damage with ordnance and gear. What does it mean by gear? Loot Lemon has the same mistake? Oh. Oh, is it a gearbox problem? Right. Okay. If it's if it's a gearbox mistake, fair enough. You've been struck by truck. Desperado. While Windfall is active, occasionally fire a free grenade. Kill skill. Killing an enemy grants crossfire, increased action skill duration, and ordnance damage. The action skill duration restore has diminishing returns. Press action skill causes Cash to fire rockets for a duration that deal ordnance splash damage. Fragmentation payload. Is that how you say you always call it Lootelman? Isn't the icon for the website literally 11 and it's about loot? And it's a big breakdown of loot. Some of the skills weren't correct on the website. How do they do that? Did they not proofread? Use treasure grape. Because they're also not correct in game. Cash launches and these skills just still have the same description. War Wagon. This is the advancement of Battle Wagon. By speccing War Wagon, you actually gain an ally that's just a giant mammoth covered in guns. Whenever Cash deals kinetic damage to an enemy, he gains a chance to refill ammo into his gun and restore action skill duration with diminishing returns. Right. Is there a way to get bonus element kinetic damage? Probably. But I haven't seen it yet. Oh. Get as many gun source inheriting bonus elements as you can. Use a conflux with kinetic override. And that will override your bonus elements. And now you have multiple instances of kinetic damage, infinite ammo on Cash. With the conflux. There we go. Because with every shot, you'll get more chances. Why does it feel every Vault is a regen ammo in BL4? Because they created 4 characters that have, just play the same. Everybody is just auto-crits infinite ammo. That is the gameplay. The characters are all the same. Every gun you farm, you will farm for Torg Impact or Sticky, Jacob's Ricochet, and Daedalus Shotgun. All your guns are the same. Your characters are the same, and your guns are the same. Welcome to Borderlands 4. Let's go left to Reckoning. I haven't gotten there yet, so slow down. I've not looked at Reckoning yet. Hail Rider. Ash's action skills deal bonus kinetic damage. Oh, there we go. If they make action skills stronger, it would help differentiate them. It would. But they're not. And nothing beats lead. A portion of all kinetic damage Cash deals is converted into kinetic damage. Damage converted this way is increased. I wonder how that works with Pearl Override. Okay, so with instantly, got a couple there. Now, the Capstone Augment. You have a scary theory that nothing beats lead. Might be based on damage dealt. Are you sure it's not just going to be copy-pasted in Fusion? But if that is damage dealt, and we just have a 5-pointer short fuse, that'd be really funny. Reckoning. Crossfire deals increased damage while Windfall is active. Press Ordnance to fire splash fire ordnance rockets at nearby enemies while Windfall is active. Double the amount of rockets can fire. So that with Desperado, you get lots of rockets that deal ordnance. So that sounds fun with Fragmentation Payload. Cash doesn't have capstones? Yeah, we know. I said capstone augment because in the last 10 years of, well, more than 10 years now, of playing Borderlands, we've always referred to the bottom tree as capstones. So this is the capstone skill, these are the capstone augments. The augments that are at the end of the skill tree. It is an augment. I did say augment. Fireworks build! Rockets to create rockets! And then, right, we use a heavyweight with missiles, and we use the melee damage bonus element that's elsewhere to get even more missiles. Well, that's also a shield. More missiles. Damage. When Cash deals damage, his damage damages all damage types, while damaging damage damages all enemies that are damaged. I agree. And the right-hand branch, Mr. Pocket. Whenever Cash gains a fortune stack, his action skill duration freezes with diminishing returns. Oh, a version of a skill that exists in the game a couple of times, but worse. That's rare. Actual balancing. Well, okay, I say but worse. It is still better than Zane, than Rafa's, because Rafa's doesn't work. But Harlow's does. Why does everyone have the same skills, man? I don't know. Unshaken. Cash gains increased damage from all sources for every fortune stack he loses. The word from there instead of for is like... That just makes it sound like you're spending skill points to take more damage. Why does that read as if you're just taking more damage? Sort of. Dual revolvers are replaced with shotguns. Nice. I didn't read Slick Thunder. After sliding during crossfire, Cash gains damage reduction and movement speed for a duration, and his guns have a chance to arc lightning to nearby enemies. Okay, so I'm thinking... Midnight Showdown, the best of Slick Thunder or Show Your Marrow. Sword Off. That's 3. From Gloam till Glow, a portion of all damage Cash is dealt from enemies is converted into Overshield. Portion of all damage Cash is dealt from enemies. So does that just take damage, gain shields? That might be quite good. That might actually be essentially damage reduction, but working in a way that's impactful. Whenever we lose a fortune stack, shots from his guns deal bonus damage equal to his overshield. Is that base shield? Is that base shield? Poopy base shield? Not if you stick it onto a brewery. Need to cycle fortune stacks. Windfall consumes stacks, so if you've got a way of cycling Windfall quickly, I don't know what Windfall's duration is. Skill damage B. If it's skill damage as well, that's really scary. Dusty Trail. As Cash slides, he loot. Well, that solves that problem. As Cash slides, he loses it. They fixed it. We have a reason to slide now. We've got 2 slide skills in the skill tree so far. They really want us to slide. For each stack we lose, we gain gun damage, reload speed, and fire rate. Auto slide when you go down boss hills. That is a thing that exists. So if you pre-stack your fortune stacks outside of the boss arena, slide in, boom, you got a B shield. You fire a whiskey foxtrot into the side of a boss with bloody fire rate war paint. Just from the red tree, it looks like whenever Flak does or doesn't do something, he gains extra damage and in turn gains extra damage from somewhere else. Yeah, that's basically it. And finally, Bleed the Bad, with a description we don't know. It's probably something to do with taking damage and then... Like, based on that icon and the word, whenever we take damage or gain health, a thing happens. I don't know. Maybe it's a 5 for your life thing. And the final augment, I like those odds. Kill skill. Whenever the cash kills an enemy during crossfire, enemies have a chance to drop bone dice. Let's spawn a random Cleromancy bone totem. This skill has a cooldown and only 2 bone totems can maybe active at a time. The cooldown is going to be 60 seconds. Watch Cash have the only reasonable cooldowns on his skills and the rest of the characters just cry. Can we keep Protean Cell with Overshield regen? No. No, 2 different shields. Overshield is not shield, and shield is not overshield. They're 2 completely different bars. Right, that's level 6. That's level 50. We're gonna get a level cap, so I can put like more points, max out Brimstone, and maybe go like Unleashed or something. Oh, a blur of fingers and brass. I'll just do that actually. Max out the entirety of row 3. Already in the third tree? Did you miss the first tree, or am I already in the third one? Well, are those not the same thing? It would be and, not or, surely. If I was in the third one, then you will have missed both the first and the second tree. Well, this is the first tree that I'm doing. So you have missed it, but it is the first tree. You don't think we're going to get level cap? They'd want to tell us that for hype reasons? Well, level cap is the opposite. If they reveal when they're doing a level cap, people stop playing. Just like no, I'm just messing, don't worry. Yeah, I've done one tree. The red one, but I've still got blue and green to go. Alright, red tree, looking pretty good. Let's look at the card tree. Sleight of Hand. Charge skill. Ash draws a card in each hand. Pressing aim or fire throws a card to targets under his crosshairs. Hi, Crucible. Each card has a random effect and behaves differently based on which one was drawn. While Windfall is active, cards have greatly increased effects. Sleight of Hand gains additional action skill duration based on additional charges. And each unused charge restores a portion of Sleight of Hand cooldown. Oh, so it's like Shattering Light. So we've got Fireball. Card creates a fire nova when it detonates. Windfall creates a rupture, constantly spewing fire mortars. Magic Missile. Card splits as it travels, homing to enemies, dealing kinetic damage. Windfall causes the card to double the amount it splits. Additional cards available in augments. Okay, so if you don't go any augments, you're guaranteed both of those. If you get one augment, then you've got like a 2 out of 3 chance of getting a certain one. I'm guessing. So on and so forth. That would be quite fun to play around, I think. Fast Hands. Cash gains increased reload speed, fortune stacks gain increased windfall chance. Okay. So that will cycle the gameplay loop of fortune stacks and windfall more consistently. Also, that icon seems to be fortune, which means this skill is a fortune skill in some capacity. Good to know. I mean, it would be really funny if there wasn't a level cap with all of this expectation around there being one. Possible to get dupes, I wonder? That'd be a bit pointless. I would imagine not. Insurance. Cash gains increase shield capacity, shield recharge rate, and improve shield recharge delay. Whenever Cash shield fully recharges, he gains a stack of fortune. That's where people are saying Amp Guardian Angel. Now, there is a shield in the game that triggers a Nova when it fills. This does not work with Amp Guardian Angel, so it'd be interesting to see if with insurance it does. So we'll see. It does say whenever it fully recharges. So it does make me think that it needs to fully deplete for it to fully recharge. But we'll see how it works in the game. Splash the Pot. Cash gains increased ordnance damage. This bonus is doubled while Windfall is active. Right, okay, so that would be a case for level 1. You're right. I'm not sure to be worth it, though. We'll see. That would be a case for a level 1 shield. Or as low levels you can get. Cash gains increased elemental effect chance. Whenever Cash applies elemental effect, he gains a stack of fortune. Well, why would you do a level 1 shield when that exists? Do you know how fast we apply dots in this game? Do you know how easy it is to hit dot cap? You blink and you're there. You fire for 0.2 seconds and suddenly you're at max fortune stacks. What's for dinner? Here we come. The what's for dinner alone with a point in alchemy and you're good. And now we've got high windfall chance with fast hands. So these 5 points alone will be good no matter what you're doing. That seal's going to be a mainstay, yeah. I think even just 1 point, depending what the chance is, but like... Whenever Cash applies an elemental effect, he gains a stack of fortune. There isn't even a chance there. That just seems like a 1 point and go. Go for broke. Whenever Cash would gain a fortune stack, he gains a chance to gain additional stacks. I don't know what the stack limit for fortune is, but I'm not even sure that'd be necessary. It might be. Sounds of Rain. Fortune skill. Cash gains chance to critically hit with guns, action skills, and ordnance. For fuck's sake. Target prescience. 3% chance to get a critical hit with a gun. 5-pointer. Separate skill. 3% to get a critical hit chance with a skill. 5-pointer. Cash. Critical hit chance with guns, action skills, and augments. Stand and bleed. In critical hit chance with guns and action skills. Both tier 2. They just copy-pasted the skill and slapped ordnance on there. Brick Taker, Fortune skill. Cash gains increased elemental damage. The more stacks you have, the greater the bonus. Yay, soup. That's not even funny, regardless of numbers. What should be like 25% or something? I'm not one for buffing Green Tree kill skill Vex. But maybe Target Prescience and Keen Mind could do with the buff. And our 2 new cards for the deck. Thunder the Table. Whenever Cash damages an enemy with an action skill, it gains increased action skill cooldown rate. Adds a Piercing Bolt card to the deck that zigzags forward. Windfall card shock all nearby enemies whenever it hits an enemy. Okay. So I like the augment effect, but then you have to then have a new card in the deck, reducing your deck's consistency with a card you might not want. Okay. Double Kima. I don't think it needs doubling, but like 5% per point. I'll make it 5% per point. And then make this one 3. 3 plus 1 per stack. Or 2. Arlo's got one of those. It's 2% plus 1 per stack, so... Cowboy. Whenever Cash triggers Windfall, while his action skill is cooling down, automatically recharge it. Okay. Adds an Acid Spray card that spreads out in a fan in front of him and explodes after an impact. Windfall. While Windfall is active, throw an additional Acid Spray card, and each card creates a corrosive nova on impact. Can't wait for that to be shit. I like the automatic recharge though, but triggering that seems like it might be difficult depending on how easy or difficult it is to trigger and cycle Windfall. Confirmed for reality with extra steps? I wouldn't say so. I don't think Windfall's going to be that easy to just control on demand. We'll see. Late Scratch. Whenever Cash attempts to enter Windfall and fails, he gains a stack of fortune. Is that needed? So that's every auto reload, you gain a stack. Doubling down. Fortune skill. Cash gains a chance to deal double ordnance damage. Is that per my last, or is that soup? There is a very important distinction. Either per my last or 100% soap, we couldn't tell either. It's either you hope it's per my last. With this ordnance stuff down here, plus fragmentation payload, plus double down, that might be fun if it's per my last. That might actually be able to make an action skill do good damage. What does per my last mean mathematically? That it's like actually double and it just kind of like keeps going. It's kind of weird. Yeah, you got like actual double, whereas 100% soup is like not much. Melee Override, throwing a gasping tentacle card that attaches to an arrow on impact. For a duration, it constantly slows and deals kinetic lifesteal damage based on Cash's fortune stat. Kinetic. Ooh, okay. Bit of synergy there. That is probably quite good. It even has ×2 on the skill symbol. I mean, 100%, they could call it times. It says double, but how is it double? We don't know. It could be just 100% sleep, because that would be double. No apologies, thank you for the $2, much appreciated. What's my Belatro high score? 0. I have not played Belatro. Borderlands would never lie to me, it's double. Some. Play Belatro right now? No. Have I ever seen Jackie Chan do drunken kung fu? No. I haven't played Belatro. I haven't seen Jackie Chan do drunken kung fu. Really, what am I doing with my life? Apparently, not enough. With Borderlands, hey, my current addiction is Monster Hunter Stories 3, okay? And it is very much an addiction. Wonder which skills will get cooldowns. Cooldown. 16 seconds. Do you think a lot of skills being super has the same nature as the Vault Hunters? Yeah, but I don't think it's the core issue. The core issue is just on a design front. Like, soup is just like damage. You can do damage a million different ways. That doesn't need to be a unique thing. Have I done my taxes? Taxes aren't due for another, like, month. Like, I can't do my taxes yet. It's not the end of the tax year. That's April. 2 more weeks, and then I can do my taxes. Also, I'm British. Taxes get done for you. Now, I still need to do them because I stream, but for my actual job, you don't have to do your taxes in Britain. Automatically done. Because we have somewhat of a functional society. Somewhat, not really. At least that bit's covered. Wait, what, really? Yeah. It's a payee. Pay as you earn. So tax comes out of your payslip every month. Based on what you're expected to earn. And if you earn over, then you owe a little bit. And if you earn under, you get some back. You are so British, but you sound Chinese. Question mark. Need more melee overrides? I mean, that one looks cool. That one looks like actually useful. No need to brag, Mr. Utopia. You get to play the American guessing game. Good luck. Which tree is best for sniping? Vex green. High roller. Cash gains increase gun damage. The more action skill cooldown he has, the greater the bonus. You see, that's what Harlow needs. That's what Blue Tree Harlow needs. You got a tax rebate in the UK 1 year for £3. So the year I bought my new PC, because I declared a huge loss that year, they gave me back £1,600. Quite happy with. Obviously, that was money that I had already paid. I was just getting it back, but it was nice. They took my advice for Blue Harlow and gave it to Blue Cash. Cash's experiment for how to balance the other volunteers. We'll see. I mean, this is looking powerful. I really hope we get UVH 7, 8, 9, and 10 pretty sharpish. Because I'm already self-nerfing. Just to, like, make the game fun. Take the pot. Fortune skill. Whenever Cash activates his action skill, restore a portion of his health. Excess healing is added to his shields and overshield. The more stacks, the greater the bonus. I like that one. Big pull. Sleight of Hand gains additional charges. Add a black hole card that pulls enemies along with it as it travels, deals radiation damage. Creates a large singularity on impact. Top cannon gas hybrids? Oh, that sucks. The amount of co-workers you have that think the tax refund is free money is staggering. Oh yeah, it's like, no, that's just money you've already paid. Money you should have had in the past. Not them giving you money for being a good little citizen. Unless it's a BL2 singularity, you don't know if you want it. Yeah, but additional charges is good, because that should work well with caffeine rep kits. Depends if it's, you know, Spectre charges or Crucible charges. Hopefully it's Crucible charges. But what if I want money for being a good little citizen? Then you're in the wrong universe, I'm afraid. Stack the deck. Fortune skill. Whenever Cash readies an action skill, he gains increased skill damage, fire, and reload speed. The more stacks we have, the greater the bonus. That's pretty good. Fucking what? Cash gains increased reload speed. The lower the gun's max size, the greater the bonus. Oh, I like that. Actually, like wanting us to magnum. Vigorish. What do you mean ish? Fortune skill. Whenever Cash deals damage with an action skill, his guns deal bonus elemental damage of that type. The more stacks you have, the greater the bonus. So, this tree looks very good utility-wise, but there isn't a lot of damage here that I'm seeing so far. Like, most of the good stuff is, like, in this bit up here. Kind of like Vex Green, to be honest. Most of the good stuff's up here. But even then, it's like that and that. Mainly just alchemy. I'm just playing this for alchemy. Drop a point in blue for alchemy. And move on. And you get Vigorish and the one that changes elemental to kinetic without a level increase. No. You might be able to get 1 point in it, but even then I think you're pushing it. You'd need a level increase. Especially since this is a 5-point skill. So you'd be able to get like 1 point in it, and then maybe, but like, nah, you need a level increase to make that work. Dip in for the extra augment. Yeah, 10 points is all you need. 11, because it's a skill point. Yeah, 11 points is all you need. Yeah, so you go alchemy, whatever you want. Probably fast hands, because that will just work. So alchemy, fast hands, sounds of rain. That's enough alone just to get you to Devil's Tines. So, and then you get Wretched Shadows right there if you want it. And then you just move on. 12 points. That's pretty good. 12 points blue is probably something you'll see a lot. Or just 11. I see a lot of people skipping Wretched Shadows, but I think Wretched Shadows is pretty good. Depending on the cooldown. And if you go red tree or not. Dealer's Bluff. Whenever Cash gains a stack of fortune, restore his action skill cooldown. Now that is confirmative reality with extra steps. That's what that is. Because alchemy. That is literally just confirmative reality. That's so weird though, because High Roller wants you to stack up cooldown, but then Dealer's Bluff means that stacking cooldown is pointless. But they're in the same branch, they work against each other. Gearbox. This is an anti-synergy. You can still stack cooldown for gun damage, but it's pointless cooldown. Why would I do that when I can just go red tree and get damage? Let's get the Twitter post rolling. I love anti-synergy. Still, Dealer's Bluff, good skill. It's confirmative reality. You just need to get alchemy, which is right at the beginning. The Cooler. Cash doubles all Windfall bonuses. Hello, Dancer. Wait, how does that work with things like the Windfall causes the card to double the amount it splits. Does this mean it now quadruples the amount it splits? Because that's cool. Add a freezing card. Freezing Shards card to Cash's deck that automatically freezes enemies on impact and deals cryo melee damage. Whenever the freezing shards impact anything, they shatter into mini shards that home in on nearby enemies and have a chance to freeze them on impact. That's cool. One would say it's cooler than cool. One could say it is cooler. Melee support and tree, it doesn't matter because it will also do action skill damage. It's not a negative to have melee as well. It just means that you can use your stacked up gun damage that you haven't had this tree yet to then increase your action skill damage. And because it's gun damage, it increases your skill damage and it increases your melee damage thanks to specializations. Increasing your cooldown rate to increase your gun damage to increase your skill damage. I love Borderlands 4. You lost the last 5 minutes. Please reread all the skills in the last 5 minutes. Oh, very easy. Confirmative reality. Middle range. Ace in the hole. Fortune skill. Cash gains increased gun damage for every stack of fortune. Oh, well, there's our gun damage. We don't need cooldown yet. Still, we have gun damage. Around the corner. Fortune skill. Cash gains increased. Action skill. Cooldown rate. Cool. Now we can convert that into gun damage. Bet on red. Fortune skill. While Sleight of Hand is active, cash gains increased damage reduction. The more fortune stacks we have, the greater the bonus. Okay, that's not too great. What does Vampiric Touch do? It deals kinetic lifesteal damage, a high chance to critical hit. Okay. And deals ordnance damage. Windfall. Vampiric Touch automatically kill all Vampiric Touch cards automatically kill all non-badass enemies and deal increased damage otherwise. Oh, that's... okay. Yeah, sure. Cool. We use that one. And we use our Devil's Tines. Okay, cool. Cooler and bet on red. That's what you do. Boss enemies are, by definition, not badasses. I mean, I think they've put some exceptions in there, but funny. 2 bosses to keep an eye out for. And that is going to be Ripper Roadbirds and Rock and Roller. And the reason I say that is because Void Star, I think, works on Ripper Roadbirds when it kind of shouldn't, because it doesn't work on bosses. It does on them. And Rock and Roller, you can freeze. You normally can't freeze bosses. So it'd be worth trying that on those 2 bosses to see if it works. You might have to break the crystals on Rock and Roller. Gen 1 can be frozen too. Gen 1, worth trying on Gen 1 as well to see if they are labeled as badass, because as bosses, you can do things to them that you normally can't do to bosses. So there might be some tagging issues. It'd be really funny if Bloom Reaper wasn't tagged as a badass. Please Gearbox, let this have slipped through the cracks. This is a real test to how well they've tagged their bosses. House Edge. Whenever Cash enters Windfall, he only consumes half the stacks. It's 1 point, so this might be worth it, but it seems it's so easy to get stacks that it might not be necessary. Cash Game. Stonks. All fortune skills act as if Cash has a minimum number of fortune stacks. Right, so if you go 5 in that, the game treats it as if you always have 5 stacks. Why do you need this? I mean, these 2 let you work around alchemy, but alchemy seems so free. Why would you need that? Like, throw a dot grenade at something and just full stack. for one-shots. I'm gonna be honest, in terms of one-shotting, I don't think you're in this tree anyway. I think you're somewhere else. That's a Windfall cycling. If alchemy works as listed, trust me when I say that will not be an issue. If this guarantees you a stack anytime you apply a status effect, that'll just go. So unless alchemy has some limitation that's not listed in those two sentences, you won't need it. No limit. Cash gains increase max fortune stacks. Oh, we have that. 5 stacks? Fortune stacks have a decreased chance to enter Windfall. 2 words, internal cooldown. That's what I'm saying. If it has something that's not listed in those 2 sentences, sure. But based on those 2 sentences, alchemy is the answer to everything. So, if it has an internal cooldown, then it has an internal cooldown and it's not as powerful. But that's why I'm saying it's out of those 2 sentences, which we don't have access to. So yeah, no limit seems good. Anti-up. Cash gains increase gun damage and skill damage. The more full the gun's mag is, the more fortune stacks he has, the greater the bonus. Okay. So, if you could attempt to make a skill build here with the cards, you just run around with a full gun, you gain gun damage and skill damage. Gun damage you convert into skill damage. That seems like a very efficient skill. This is 10 points at the end of a skill tree, though. That is a nightmare to spend. You could also use something like just like a 7th Sense, Shalashashka, Hot Slugger, whatever you want. Hellwalker. That'd be very good for this, because there's a lot of reload speed in here as well. Reading Windfall, then going back to read Phase Covenant is depressing. Phase Covenant as a character trait is truly just like, wow. Yeah, Cash is looking very strong so far. There isn't as much damage in this tree though, so definitely want that level cap. Depending on what values we have. Like between High Roller, Ace in the Hole, and Around the Corner, that's a whole lot of soup. Right, we've got some ordnance stuff here. Kill button, fortune skill, cash gains increase ordnance damage. The more stacks we have, the more we have. Payout. Fortune skills gain increased bonuses. Augment. Good shout. Dead Man's Hand. Cash gains increased chances to trigger Windfall. Adds a Bone Shard card to Cash's deck that deals kinetic damage. Whenever it hits an enemy, it creates bone splinters around the enemy that converge in on it, dealing kinetic damage and ricochets to another enemy. Enemies damaged by Bone Shards take increased damage from all sources. Windfall Bone Shards deals max damage and ricochets an additional time. So more Bone Shards that are exactly the same as the ones in Red Tree. A lot of copy-pasted. You wanted a rogue when the game came out? Is he roguish? Not really. He's more of like a gunslinger. Lots of reloading, fast reloads, fast mag dumping. Pew 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 pew. He's kind of like... This character with these skills could be like a cowboy, and it would work. Like Nisha, like, yeah, like... He's more of a gunslinger. Sweeten the Pot, Augment. Sleight of Hand gains additional charges. Oh wow, you can just have lots of additional charges between Big Pull and Sweeten the Pot. Adds a Color Spray card to Cash's deck that gains a random element when thrown, causes Cash's guns to deal bonus elemental damage of that card's type for a duration. Prismatic Weaponry? Cash's Color Spray card deals a additional random element. So just 2 elements? How does that work? 50-50 damage split or double damage? That one doesn't seem as good. But good for gun builds, though. Boom or bust. Whenever Cash enters Windfall, spawn a free grenade on nearby enemies equal to the fortune stacks he had. Number of enemies, right? Not number of grenades. Just to clarify that. Tender Hearts. Cash gains increased critical hit damage. Windfall skill. While Windfall is active, Cash gains a chance to critical hit with action skills. Some more critical hit chance to go with our critical hit chance. Cool. And Card Sharp. Sleight of Hand does not consume charges for a few seconds after activating it if Windfall is active. Right. Cool. I'm guessing extra points are extra seconds you have. So you might only need like 1 point there. The Jacob's Vault Hunter does feel very Jacob's Vault Hunter. Hot Streak. Whenever Cash gains a stack of fortune, the next time he damages an enemy with a gun or action skill, it automatically critical hits. The shot deals additional critical hit damage. Interesting wording there. This shot deals increased critical hit damage. On Harlow's Excited State, it just gives you critical hit damage for everything, even if you're not doing it on an auto crit. Whereas this one, it has to be the auto crit to deal additional crit damage. And, well, there it is. Auto crits. We've already gotten our infinite ammo elsewhere. Here is our auto crits. Cash is officially 100% crit rate, 100% infinite ammo character. Let's just see what happens with glass mods and what it gives you, because those are 2 capstones. So bottom red, bottom blue for both. Be crazy if there was more auto crit skills. I mean, that'd be nuts. And Furious Fingers, me when somebody is wrong on the internet. Whenever Cash activates Windfall, he gains Sleight of Hand charges equal to the number of fortune stacks he had. Oh? Oh. Okay, that is a synergy. Right. You just... Okay, so max that out. Whenever Windfall triggers, just spam cards like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, honestly, I'm looking at Cash and going, the 7th Sense is probably the only gun you ever need. Hazard mention. Oh no, I need to keep reading. Adds a ball of fire and lightning card that bounces between enemies, alternating shock and fire damage to enemies. Every time the card bounces, it swaps element. Windfall. Whenever the card bounces, it leaves behind an elemental hazard. Oh no! Most useless Windfall bonus. And it's on the Windfall augment. That is funny. Tommy, you are a funny man. You are a very funny man, Tommy. The Windfall augment gets the hazard. Hazards, if you don't know, are the most useless sources of damage in this game, to the point where they're not even really a damage source. Like, can you call them a damage source? They don't do damage, and they don't get damage bonuses, for the most part. Maybe this hazard will finally... Maybe they fix hazards. Maybe they fix hazards. But as it stands, hazards are terrible. They get hazard damage. We're going to be taking Furious Fingers, and it's not going to be for the hazards. That's funny. The card that has you playing, or the augment has you playing around Windfall, has the most useless Windfall bonus. That is funny. I like that. I appreciate that one. So as cooler is, I think we do Bet on Red, Dead Man's Hand, Furious Fingers, and Sweeten the Pot. No, not Sweeten the Pot. Yeah, we just do these three. If we were to do two, maybe Bet on Red and Furious Fingers. Although at that point, maybe even just do Furious Fingers. Bet on Red's cool though. I'd want that one. Shoot guns? That's boring. And also the best way to go. Like, you're right, but it's boring. Two augments are by default, though, are one. By the time you've reached either of these, you'll have two, because it's a one-pointer above it. So by the time you reach Bet on Red, you'll already have Devil's Tines. Because the skill's up here. Do we know if they're increasing level cap? Do we know? No. However, we can predict. They haven't said that they will, but all signs point to yes. 1 by default, 2 made by skill, yeah. And it's 11 points in any skill tree to get a third, and 11 points in the final skill tree to get a fourth. Hope one wants to design. Most of the skills just being copy-pastes or uninteresting. Yeah, no, the sheer mass of skills in this game was not to its advantage. Cool. So that's blue tree. That's what I'd do there. Well, that's just picking things I like. I don't know if this has any coherence. Probably not. There's a lot of gun stuff and card stuff here, so probably too much overlap together. That's what I would do in leveling before I actually make a build. Cleromancy. Charge skill. Cash rolls his bone dice to spawn a bone totem based on the resulting roll that fights with him for a duration. Whenever Cash rolls doubles, spawn a badass version of the bone totem with increased stats. During Windfall, die rolls always result in a unique roll. I don't know what that means. Whenever Cash rolls a dice that isn't a unique roll, spawn a tainted draining totem that deals kinetic lifesteal damage. One trouble versus the stationary totem, the totem. Plays a hand card, please. I'm afraid that is not a thing. But I want to be boned by 2 badass totems. I mean, what you want to do is your thing. You go right ahead. More power to you. If you want to get boned by 2 bone totems, badass bone totems, go for it. There's a lot of splintering, though, in that, so do be careful. Whenever Cash rolls 4s, spawn a mortar totem that lobs projectiles and deals fire damage in a large radius. Whenever Cash rolls 10s, spawns an angry totem that grants Cash increased gun damage over time. Additional totems available via augments. With edgy names apart from the angry, we've got the tainted draining totem or the angry totem. Why is he angry? He's angry because he's an action skill in Borderlands 4, which is valid enough reason to be angry. Seems like the non-unique is rolls that don't spawn specific totems. I'm still not getting it. Maybe I need to read more of this tree. LD, KSCB, when? So 4 and 10 give you specific totems. The rest give you a kinetic lifesteal one. Oh, okay. I think I'm getting it now. That, wording it like that helped. Right, so if you roll a 4, but if you roll a 5, you'll get the kinetic lifesteal one. If you roll a 6, you'll get kinetic lifesteal. Okay, so in general, you'll always get a kinetic lifesteal one. However, if we do it during Windfall, we won't get a kinetic lifesteal totem, and instead we'll either get a mortar totem or an angry totem. Got it. Understood. I see. Angie totem. Right, tier 1. Luck be a robot. Fortune skill. Cash gains increased action skill cooldown rate. The more stacks we have, the greater the bonus. Okay, so that being tier 1 is helpful for high roller. Let's put a point in alchemy, just because we're always going to put a point in alchemy, unless it has an internal cooldown. Even then, I think we always put a point in alchemy. You only need 1 though. Sweet roll. Cash gains increased health. Whenever he spawns a bone totem, restore a portion of the max health. Excess health is added as overshield. Okay. Initially, not too impressive, but giving us overshield, that might be useful if there's a reason to run a different shield other than a Siphon Watts. Got there at the end. So that could be useful for getting overshields. And Charm Bracelet. Cash gains increased skill damage. Cash gains further increased skill damage for every active bone totem. Soup. Above overshield cap? I don't think it will. Which is why I think it'll only be good if you don't have other sources of overshield. Okay, so the roulette, 7 cents, oh my god, and what's the last gun? If there's more auto crit stuff, then Shalashashka. Spread launcher. Convergence, maybe? No, Jose, I don't think that'll be a thing. I think augments will be restricted to their action skill. I don't think it's going to be, like a Marum. Hellwalker is something I've been thinking of. So, it says automatic reload, and when you use a Hot Slugger or a Hellwalker, you manually reload. But, if you manually reload a Anarchy, when the Anarchy is out of ammo, despite it being a manual reload, you do not lose stacks, I believe. So if the game recognizes that you are out of ammo, then a manual reload should count as an automatic reload, which would allow you to use Hot Slugger, Hellwalker, that kind of thing, with Cash's effect here. So if that is the case, Sharla as well, but if that is the case, then yeah, those guns will be okay. It just would need testing. Because I know we were talking earlier, automatic reloading those guns, Hellwalker, Hot Slugger, it's awful. Don't do it. But if a manual reload doesn't, if it still counts, then you're good. This has nothing to do with that, and it's totally different. Has a chance to enter Windfall every time he automatically reloads his gun after expending all ammo. That's what I'm referring to. The difference is between an automatic and a manual reload. Sometimes the game can recognize a manual reload as an automatic one, even though it's not. Oh, Fortuna. Fortune stacks gain increased windfall chance. Fortune skill, Cash gains increased elemental effect chance, elemental effect damage. The more Fortune stacks Cash has, the greater the bonus. Increased windfall chance is good. I do like how we have a tier 2 that's better than Vex's tier 6s. That's great. Liking that one. Red Moon Rising. Windfall skill. While Windfall is active, Cash deals bonus fire damage with guns and action skills. That seems good as well. Lydior. Ready to roll. Windfall skill. While Windfall is active, Cash gains increased action skill cooldown rate and action skill duration. Well, that's good as well. This character was made to depress Vex players? Yeah. It's literally just a whole bunch of Vex skills, but better. Would Ride to Ruin work with Bone Totems? You'll have to remind me where Ride to Ruin is. I'm only going through for the first time. Red Tree? Whereabouts? Cash's Vex if she was good. Third row. Whenever Cash kills up with his action skill is active, it depends, because Spectres do not count as an active action skill on Vex. So this might not either, but also so far Cash is just Vex but better, so maybe they do. And you complain, but Amon exists? You mean the character with the fastest ad clearing and the fastest boss killing? Amon does exist. Yeah, I would hedge the bet that they do not count as an active action skill. If it works with Cash but not Vex, then you're gonna commit murder. But what is this bull about Spectres being active while doing the animation only? I mean, well, that is true. For some of the skills that you'd want to utilize that for, it still just don't work, so it is irrelevant. All three trees look fun to play, that's rare. Yeah, I mean, so far, Blue's looking the weakest. Looks funny playthrough. We'll have to see numbers when it comes to endgame. But Red is looking the strongest so far. To me. The main comparison, Jim, with Vex is because we're not talking about overall power. That's not what we're referring to. The comparisons to Vex are because Cash literally has 1-to-1 the exact same skills Vex has, but better. That's why we're comparing to Vex. We're not comparing to the other characters because of power levels. We're just saying that the skills are the same between Vex and Cash. They have a lot of overlapping skills that are the same. And Cash's are just all just better. Riding high. Windfall gains increased duration. That's a comfy skill. I just want all of this. Can I just have everything here? I have a level 50 build and it's just like every single one of these. Kill skill. Whenever Cash or one of his bone totems kill an enemy, restore action skill duration with a diminishing returns and bone totem health. I think that answers the question. Why would it restore action skill? Although it says and bone totem health. So maybe bone totems run off of a health thing, like specters and reapers. And the restore action skill duration is if in case you spec this skill whilst using another action skill. So no, that doesn't guarantee answer the question. I mean, Blue Tree of Vex does have skills that require an active action skill, if I recollect. I don't think they have... The main thing to look out for, Jim, is an on-screen HUD element, and I don't think they have that with Bone Totems. To use with other action skills? Yeah, no. So that I don't think that does actually guarantee anything. Rip. Devil's Tines. Before she knows you're dead. Cash gains increased movement speed for every active Bone Totem. You gain increased skill damage based on how quickly you're moving. Luckless. Whenever Cash activates an action skill, enemies near him and his Bone Totems become jinxed. Jinxed enemies take increased damage from all sources and deal decreased damage. That's a neat skill. Zane skill. Gonna break a door if that's not soup. If that isn't soup. Gotta be soup. Yeah, but it might not be. Bottom left branch. Can't stop winning. Okay, you don't have to rub it in, Cash. Jesus Christ. Cash gains crit. Wait! Fuck you! Cash gains increased chance to critical hit with guns and action skills. This is the third skill that does this, by the way. Whenever Cash critical hits an enemy with guns or action skills, he gains a chance to enter Windfall. What? That second sentence is particularly insulting. Bro really can't... Is Amon's weakness soup? Yes. Well, that's a mandatory fucking pick everywhere. I don't need that anymore. That's just better Mortal Terror. So back to Vex, right? 3% chance to gain critical hits with guns. 0 out of 5 as an individual skill. Another 5 points for 3% critical hit chance on skills, separate to the gun one. And then another 5 points to trigger your class's effects for your skills on your skill tree for another 5 points. Meanwhile, bro just gets it all in one. For what Vex has 3 separate skills for 15 skill points, Cash here is just like, yeah, what if I just did it in one skill? That's so rude. Premium character for premium gamers. Maybe it's a low chance. Mortal Terror is literally 1% per point, and I can still get all 6 stacks of my kill skills in under a second. This only needs to trigger once. This needs to be below 0.2% for it to be better than Mortal Terror, not including the bonus critical hit chance that it comes with. 0.2 per point. I've got a feeling it's not less than that. Turn of Fate, Windfall skill. When Windfall is active, Cash gains... Oh, great, he's got always on lifesteal as well. Does Windfall have a cooldown? Because that's just always on Windfall. No, it's not Teen Witch. Teen Witch applies lifesteal to shields. This does not. This is normal lifesteal. Normal lifesteal in Borderlands 4 is lifesteal to health, and any excess goes into overshield. All sources of lifesteal do this, I think. All the ones that I can remember do this. Teen Witch is unique, is that it applies to raw shields as well. High stakes. While Windfall is active, Cash gains fire rate, reload speed, and movement speed. Bro is just doing too much. Why does he get that? Cash deals increased gun damage and skill damage. The more full his health and overshields are, the greater the bonus. This is the pet tree. There's a skill that does normal shield somewhere. I haven't reached it yet, so we'll see. I'm not seeing it. Oh. I am seeing one shield skill left to look at, actually. Bottom center of green. Do not spoil. And that also looks like a different version of Strike Me Down, which is another skill Vex has, so I'm looking forward to reaching that. Let it ride. Whenever Cash loses a fortune stack, the next shot from his gun deals increased damage. Whether or not that's worth it, we'll just have to see. I don't know how quickly stacks of fortune will be gaining and leaving. It's 1 point, and we're here anyway. In blue. You've got it on action skill activation, which is a bit iffy. That's not going to cycle amp effectively. Yeah, no. That's the only 2 shield skills that I'm seeing in blue. The Wilds. While Windfall is active, Cash and his companions deal random bonus elemental damage. Oh great, he's got prismatic weaponry as well, but on all shots instead of just crits. This is just Vex 2. Also, that's a bonus element, by the way, so it's a separate instance of damage for Can't Stop Winning. He's got another bonus element here that's a different bonus element to that one, so that's a third instance of damage for Can't Stop Winning. Then you've got What's for Dinner, so that's a fourth instance of damage for Can't Stop Winning. Just saying, when it comes to... when it comes to consistency, I don't think Can't Stop Winning has any issues with it. And for Alchemy. And for Alchemy as well. We'll just have to see if that's got an internal cooldown or not. We do have a bonus element in here, but how easy access is it? $11 points in. I mean, that might be worth it if we're already getting Devil's Tines. Threes Company. Cash gains increase Windfall duration for every totem. Arcane Totem. Roll 3s to create an Arcane Totem that grants increased action skill damage to all nearby allies. When this totem spawns, Cash immediately gains a charge. Wait, that's cracked. You could just, like, chain this. Three unskippable ads. Gotta love YouTube. Emotions 11. I like it. Cash's totem deal bonus damage of his gun's element. Effigy Totem. Roll 11s to spawn an Effigy Totem that spawns waves of eldritch bullets that deal kinetic gun damage. Anytime a status effect is applied to an enemy, the totem fires additional waves of eldritch bullets for a brief duration. That has an internal cooldown, right? And what I was saying earlier, you can dot stack cap in under a second. Eduardo, that bonus from that skill would have to be so good, it would need to be better than all benefits of having Windfall. On top of the fact that there is no way to avoid Windfall. So you might just still turn that skill off anyway, so I don't think that would ever be worth it. I think it'd always be worth just going for Windfall active. Might not be that common. There's a different skill regarding if you roll it, well, during Windfall, so you'll be doing this with Windfall active. So your chances of getting it will be much higher, Jim. Because whilst Windfall is active, we'll always get a unique roll. LDWFCB. Lazy Data's Windfall cash build. You only need to 1 point that. Liking turns out to be shit. The numbers would have to be small for this character to turn out to be shit so far. Because there is just so much stuff here, even if the numbers are small, there's still a strong character for gunplay. It won't be unique, or fun, or different to what we already have, but it will still be good. So you have more stacks of fortune. Depending on how alchemy works, that won't be an issue. Also, while Windfall's active, fortune skills act as this cash has max stacks of fortune. Remember that. Take only that to increase your chance of getting that totem. Yeah, so like you roll. You've essentially got a 1 in 3, which isn't great because you've got the Mortar, the Angry, and then Commotion's 11. The Effigy totems. That's 3 different totems. You're guaranteed to roll one of them. But with all of the skills that we've taken, in that point can be moved. We could use this skill spec with a different action skill, but honestly, I don't see a reason to, because these take you out of your guns. So for gunplay, Green Tree's still looking like it, but... So... This could be why Grant was on about fire rate builds. It's still a silly thing to go at when Spread Launcher, Bleed, Force of Nature all exists. Like, they still have a much higher peak than fire rate. And by nerfing, like... I don't even know what Grant was saying there and what he could be doing, but, like, nothing is bad. Green lets you keep your gun for probably best. Yeah. It's actually probably going to be the other way around. Instead of specking green and using a different tree's action skill, if you spec red and still use green tree action skill, I think that's probably going to be more of the play. I got a comment recently talking, I was on my video, I was talking about how good the Dark Beast was. Somebody asked, how good is the Dark Beast without the F button? End comment. Now, this is not a unique sentiment. Borderlands 4 gamers really do just want to be playing without their action skills for some reason. I see it all the time with Rafa. People want to play Rafa without his action skill active for some fucking reason. I don't understand it. I think Cash is the best candidate so far, alongside Vex. Cash has really just taken Vex's job here, at being the best no action skill character. There's nothing here I've seen relies on an action skill, like, say, Overdrive or Excited State. This could be the character for those who don't like pressing the F button. People say Slip and Dip is complex. Well, yeah, they can't press the F button. How do you expect them to do all that? Action skills make the characters. Not to a Borderlands 4 player, it doesn't. Alzheimer also doesn't need F. I use the F button to get my ordnance back if it accidentally goes away, because I decided to push the heal button. Lost me at Forge skill. Honestly, same. To type Forge skill, you need to start with the F button. Like, come on, dude. Middle branch. Potent Posse. Fortune skill. Cash deals increased gun damage and his companions deal increased damage. Presumably they get skill damage, so gun damage you can convert into skill damage, giving your companions even more damage. So that's going to be a good skill if you want your totems doing damage. The more fortune stacks Cash has, the greater the bonus. So that should be good if Cash can do good damage with his totems. If you can make totems do damage, that's a good skill. It's soup, but it should be good soup, depending on numbers. But because it has a base and then it increases based on stacks, I can only see that being a decent soup skill. The only action skill in BL4 you don't like is Rock Knights. I mean, that's valid. Do we know how many stacks base? I don't think they said anywhere. I want to suggest 5, but I don't know. It could be like 10, it could be... I don't know. 5 or 10 is what I'm thinking, but I don't think we know. I haven't looked in too many places, so somebody it might be said somewhere. Restless Remains, Fortune skill. Whenever one of Catch's bone totems die, it has a chance to respawn. The more stacks we have, the greater the chance. I like that skill. I wonder what the chance is. 20 to 25? You think it's going to be that high? There's a skill that increases. It's a tier 6. It says no limit. I mean, actually, it doesn't say how many you get. It's just a 5-point skill. So that could be two stacks per point. It could be 5 stacks per point. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't actually know. But Fortune is a kill skill. Now, the game is only going to assume you can get so many kill skills. Especially when it drains. Now, there are a lot of ways to get extra, especially in Blue Tree. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how that is. Yeah, I don't really know. But a lot of these get bonuses for the amount of stacks that you have, so unless the amount that you get per stack is tiny, or there just aren't a lot of stacks. Seven's a good shout. I like the thinking. Windfall's icon is 777s. Good shout. Mighty 9. If Cash would enter Fight for Your Life while he has an active bone totem, instead gain a free second wind, a free Cleromancy charge, and destroy a bone totem. This skill has a cooldown. Right, okay. What cooldown? Tough Totem. Whenever Cash rolls 9, spawn a Tough Totem that causes his guns and ordnance to deal bonus incendiary damage for every enemy killed. Whenever Cash kills an enemy, restore duration to all of the totems. There we go. So that bonus melee incendiary damage, if that also inherits gun, then it's another action skill instance for Can't Stop Winning. But it is melee. I'm not seeing a lot of melee support on this character, so we'll see how that is, but that could potentially be very strong. A lot of 1%, maybe. Angie, tough, he's just a little guy on inside. Mantra exists? Yeah, but so do a lot of other fun guns. Like, imagine the effect of Mantra, but on, like, a Shalashashka or a Stray. Because those guns are a hell of a lot better than a Mantra. We use Mantra to proc things like reverberations or My Touch is Death. But what if? It just depends what Cash has for melee, which I'm not seeing a lot so far. Tooth and Nail. Cash's companions gain increased melee damage. Whenever you deal melee damage, you have a chance to jinx his enemy. You see, that is not enough. That is not that impressive. We'd kind of want more in terms of melee. I mean, hell, attaching melee damage to guns never ends well. Maybe they finally nail it and have it be balanced. Sorcerer. Whenever Cash's shield breaks, create a fire nova on him, his bone totems, and nearby allies. Level 1 shield. That'll have an internal cooldown of about 12 days. Oh, hang on. Guns deal melee damage. They saw the tech. They saw the tech. At the end of Borderlands 3's life cycle, tech was discovered to use a spike shield, a gun that dealt splash damage, and a kensei. You would use the kensei to apply melee to the gun that deals splash damage. You then hug the boss, make it like a level 1 gun, shoot a bunch. You would then take melee damage, triggering spike, which could kill the boss. In this game, spike has an internal cooldown. It's because of Mighty 9. Otherwise, we just do the same thing again. Not like spike's any good in this game, but they also gave it an internal cooldown. Why cooldown? Because it's Gearbox and they love giving internal cooldowns to stuff for no reason. Serendipity. Kill skill. Whenever Cash kills an enemy, create healing missiles centered on that enemy that home in and heal Cash. Spawn additional healing missiles every bone totem. I like that skill. That's a cool skill. That's not very good, but I like it. Sidekick's Revenge. This is the other shield skill. Whenever Cash gains a fortune stack, he loses a portion of his health and gains that much overshield. Whenever Cash loses health, he gains increased action skill damage. This affects stacks. Okay, that's cool. I like that. That is very much a case of, like, take and receive. Probably not going to be very good because there's just too many receive skills which just give you good stuff without needing to sacrifice anything. So, like, on its own, that's a cool design skill. I don't think it's ever going to be taken in any level of seriousness, but it's a cool skill. The Glorious Dead. Whenever one of Cash's allies enter fight for your life or bone totem dies, he gains increased gun damage and skill damage. Super. Eights of Hell. Whenever Cash freezes an enemy, all of his totem's durations freezes for a brief duration. The most overused effect. Why? Everyone has freeze enemy, freeze action skill duration. And Cash has 2 now, I think. Confirmation that totems have a duration. It could just be... them for a duration. Maybe. It doesn't say. What does the wording on Vexes say here? See, that one doesn't say for a duration, and it actually goes into details on how it works. The Dead Ring is specifically talks about the health loss per second. Currently, Cash's does not. But it could just be because he's not out yet and we don't have full description. Yeah, maybe. Roll H to spawn a tainted frozen totem that deals cryo melee damage constantly in an area around its target with high cryo efficiency. Freezing an enemy empowers all frozen totems for a duration, granting them bonus damage based on Cash's equipped max shield capacity. Equipped max shield. Not even current shields. Just max shield capacity. Every character has one of these skills. Rafa's I don't remember the name of. Amon's is Thermal Diffusion, Vex's is Iron Maiden, and Harlow's is both Alternative Fuel Source and Gamma Ray Burst. Oh, now we've got Eights of Hell. If you want your action skill to do damage, give it a hopscotch. Gearbox is every character just has the same skills. This one augment is a showcase of that. Whenever you freeze an enemy, your action skill duration freezes. Other characters have that exact skill word for word. Your action skill deals bonus damage based on your max shield capacity. Other characters have that skill word for word. Everyone's just got the same skills. Too many skills, too few ideas. That's what it is. They're just out. Yeah, but Cash has got them better. So, an interesting thing with these types of skills that look at your max shield capacity is they don't apply your max shield capacity because they know it can get ridiculous. They don't just say, yeah, it's 72k. You get a percentage of your max shield capacity based on. Sometimes it's 5%, sometimes it's 15. This being Cash, it'll be 50. On to the final branch of the character. Bottom right. Accursed Bones. Whenever Cash deals action skill damage to an enemy, that enemy becomes Jinx. Jinx enemies take damage more sources and deal decreased damage. Cash gains lifesteal against Jinxed enemies. Okay. I'm guessing the per point is based on the amount. It increases the amount of lifesteal you get because Jinx is a 1 out of 1 skill. Unless it's like a reduced version of Jinx. I think that could just be a 1-pointer. Actually, not Summon Beast shield skill yet. Yeah, we need to see the percentage. But with the amount that they hit, it should be decent. We just have to look at the percentage, the capacity of the hopscotch, and how quickly totems hit. Specifically freeze totems. Because it is only freeze totems that get the bonus. It might be difficult to get multiple of those out because of the RNG nature of it. Because what's going to happen, you're going to roll the dice, it's going to spawn a totem. Is there a max amount of totems you can have out? Because if so, say you finally get your second 8s of hell, but then it just replaces your first. You have to actually freeze an enemy. That's easy enough. But you do have to do that. Tormented. Cash and his companions deal increased critical hit damage. This bonus is increased versus Jinxed enemies. Okay. Oh no, Twisted. At least it's not crit chance. Well, we need some soup to make use of our crit chance. Comparing them to Slag, I mean, there are so many sources of debuffs in this game. I mean, you look at Vex, you know, Geist Wave. Each affected enemy takes increased damage for a duration. Oh, it's Slag! Wither. Is it Wither? And increasing damage taken for a duration. Damage taken plus 30%. Oh, it's Slag! Everybody has Slag. It's just a debuff. People see debuffs and their BL2 brains go Slag. Not even realizing that Slag wasn't the first debuff in Borderlands. It's just a debuff. The enemy takes more damage. It's the most classic debuff in RPG games. They're all over the fucking place. No special. Retro Augment spawns totems that set caps at 2. And only 2 bone totems may be active at a time. That could just be through that augment, because it's a kill skill and not an action skill. You're typically going to be getting a lot more kills than you are going to be able to be triggering your action skills, so that could be a limit, particularly for this. Where am I thinking putting points into Sniper Rafa? It'll be red tree. Probably either bottom right or bottom left. Bottom left for the bonus fire, but you have to go through soup that doesn't apply, which is annoying. Or bottom right just for splash damage and gun damage, and then Soldado. So, realistically, it's probably just going to be bottom right. Barrage, Temerario, Soldado. That's where I'm thinking. Dirty Dozen. Cash's minimum fortune stat count is based on how many active tokens he has. Okay. Chaos Totem. Roll 12s to spawn a Chaos Totem that draws and throws cards from Cash's deck. Whenever Cash rolls his dice, the next card thrown can be any card. What? Why not first impression? Because I forgot first impression existed in the moment of being asked the question. First impression. Like that. Sure they tested it? Yeah. But like that's so much RNG. Like you place down a totem, you roll the dice to roll into Dirty Dozen, and then Dirty Dozen then rolls to spawn one of your cards. Like that just seems so random. Fun for playthroughs, I'm sure. Basic cards, no augments. You reckon it's just one of the two base ones? Maybe. Unless it, for some reason, allows you to spec augments. Because cards are assigned to augments. You can't select augments for the wrong action skill unless this one particular combination does allow you to do it. So yeah, it could just be the two base. Graveyard Shift. Cash gains increased cooldown rate for every enemy is jinked. Cool. Snake Eyes. Whenever Cash shoots an enemy with a gun, fire a bone shard at all of the jinxed enemies. When bone shards damage an enemy, they create bone splinters around them and converge around them, dealing kinetic damage. Enemies are damaged by bone shards take increased damage by all sources. Bone shards, just like jinx, they're a debuff that make enemies take more damage. This is like the 5th time we've seen the Bone Shard effect on this character. They're all over the place. This character really wants you to have Bone Shards. That has to have an internal cooldown, right? Whenever you shoot an enemy with a gun, fire a shard. That has to have an internal cooldown. Then again, Bullet Hail doesn't. If you want to see Bullet Hail do some funny stuff, shoot a Shock Katagawa's Revenge at something. And just watch Bullet Hail. It just fills your screen. So maybe it doesn't have an internal cooldown. Or, whenever Cash activates an action skill and his Bone Totems, he and his Bone Totems automatically critically hit jinxed enemies. Well, that's just everybody. For how long? Because whenever you activate an action skill, you can do that rapidly. If it's a charge skill, you just use caffeine. Whenever Cash critically hits an enemy with guns, he and his Bone Totems automatically critically hit enemies. So he has more than one infinite crit setup? Yes. What do I think is the best stream? Green. Then red, then blue. Duration based on points. It's a 1-point skill. If it's a charge skill. Now, charge skills can work one in two ways with caffeine. Caffeine, when you use a rep kit, gives you a chunk of your action skill duration when you use it. 25%. Now, your cooldown, sorry. Now, Spectres gives you 25% of a singular charge. Crucible gives you 25% of all charges. So if you have 5 Crucible charges and you use a rep kit, caffeine gives you over a charge back. Every time you use a rep kit, you get an entire action skill charge back. This does not happen with Vex. So it kind of depends on how caffeine functions with Cleromancy here. If it's the Crucible way, then we're laughing. If it's the Vex way, we have enough cooldown to make use of it, especially with Accelerator, but not as good. But still, like, think about bossing, right? So bossing, you're going to go in, you're going to activate your action skill. You're going to jinx the boss. You're going to get 3 crits versus the boss. This is going to very quickly trigger Windfall. So even if you haven't already triggered Windfall, this will just trigger it. Now you have all of your Windfall bonuses to just go. So I'm not seeing much of a one-shotting character here, but I am seeing a character that builds up into doing a lot of damage very quickly. Similar to Vex. This character really is just Vex too. And finally, easy 6s. Whenever an enemy with a tainted bone totem attached to it dies, that bone totem splits into 2 mini bone totems. Ash may only have a single set of mini bone totems active at a time. That's a boring limitation. Tainted flame totem. Roll 6s to spawn a tainted flame totem that follows enemies and periodically explodes, dealing incendiary ordnance damage to nearby enemies. The higher Cash's fire rate, the more it explodes. Well, that's just funny. Does that work with Short Circuit? Yeah, I can see, Girth, if that was the first skill you saw of Cash when you opened up the page, that really sets up, just like, this is how it's gonna go. Alright, immediately you've seen auto crits. Great. Hold a fast-firing weapon. I would guess that it's to do with fire rate bonuses and not base fire rate. But who knows? Maybe you just hold a Ripper Whiskey Foxtrot. Yeah, or a Mad Lad. I mean, a Foxtrot would give you a gun that you can shoot and do good damage with. Wonder if he'll be stronger than Vex. It doesn't look like he's got as much soup as Vex, but the skills all look just better. Hatling gun. Imagine if it takes your ordnance. Take that back, Mad Lad Supremacy. Without reloads, Mad Lad has about 10k DPS, which is lower than a lot of guns with reloads. Mad Lad does less DPS without reloads than Whiskey Foxtrot does with reloads. Mad Lad's shit. Sorry. Terrible gun. Does less damage than a bully. With reloads. Mad Lad is cool. No, it isn't. It's a gun that wants me to stop shooting every 0.2 seconds. It's boring. Argument invalid. Mad Lad without reloads, 10k DPS. Whiskey Foxtrot without reloads, 20k DPS. Donking. What is this reload you talk about? I play Harlow. You better be a crack shot, because if you can play Harlow without ever reloading a Whiskey Foxtrot, then you're a very good shot. Top 5 best cash skills. Can't stop winning, can't stop winning, can't stop winning, can't stop winning. That's to cover each of the effects that Can't Stop Winning does. And call. About Gloom, we're gonna need some skill tree locations, alright? I've just read through all of the skills in one go once. Oh, I need some locations. From glow till glow? Adjustments can depends how quickly we lose fortune stacks, but that could be very good. Please add chapters to the YouTube VOD for each skill, please and thank you. No. Low level shield, it's probably not. Well, for some skills, yeah, but for other skills, no. Like, whenever your shield breaks, create a fire nova on him. Like, you'll want a low shield for that. Yeah, like, how much do you get out of this? Like, what's the duration of the skill itself? How often are we losing stacks? That kind of thing we don't really know. Alright, Viper, have a good one. Okay. So in the... I were to try and create... Just... okay. Right, so now I'm thinking, if I were to actually just try and sit down and make a build with cash, what would I do? I want to make a gun build. Because he's got some fun gun skills. Now, I kind of want to do red tree, but I know green will be better, which is quite frustrating. Do we have any Windfall skills on this tree? Not really. We've got one all the way down here. Hang on. It's got the Windfall symbol, but... Oh, it's the wrong bloody description, of course. We've got a Windfall skill all the way down there, so that's not very helpful. Like the only one. Not sure you trust the Novas? I wouldn't either, no. There is an interesting ordnance build to be had. There might be some ordnance stuff going on with this character. We've got doubling our ordnance damage. We've got increasing our ordnance damage, doubling that a bonus with Windfall active. We've got per my last ordnance. We've got skills that do ordnance, multiple skills that do ordnance. Between Full Spectrum Arsenal and Fragmentation Payload, if these also count as gun damage, as well as skill, as well as action skill, as well as ordnance, this might have a healthy damage formula. Okay, if I were to make an ordnance crossfire build, let's attempt this. What kind of ordnances would I use? Crossfire. This will be bad. This won't be good, but I'm hoping it'll be fun. So I'll want double down. Definitely want that. Definitely want that. 16 points will stop there. Want crit damage, because crit damage gains 3 times effectiveness with Ordnance, thanks to Full Spectrum Arsenal. We might want Hard Boiled here. But Stand and Bleed is there. We could probably skip right to Rune. It's only 1 point. And that gives 3 points in Hard Boiled for now. Cool. While Windfall is active, occasionally fire a free grenade. Kill skill, killing enemy grants crossfire, increase action skill duration, and ordnance damage. Cool. Bonus element. Whenever we deal kinetic damage, we restore duration with diminishing returns. Action skills deal another bonus kinetic. That gives us Reckoning. That gives me 8 points left. Now, and that's like the core. Anything extra is like bonus. Do bone shards. Okay, so if we do another Devil's Tines, the Hell Followed with him will be our third augment. Spend all fortune stacks, deal bonuses, injury damage, and attempt Windfall. We want Windfall active. Now, depending... kill button T for blue, third branch. That's just soup. I don't think we need to go for that yet. If we run out of, like... So, when making the build, we want to get, like, the core skills that actually make the build work, and then get as much soup as we can afterwards. So I'm still... Right now, I'm still looking for effects that do stuff. But depending on numbers, because we don't know numbers yet either, so we don't know how good that's going to be. But that is just soup. So, worth to keep in mind, though. Now, They do fire. Nothing beats lead might be good for Reckoning, depending on how good that skill is. Depending on how many points we get with a level cap, I am starting to think about Can't Stop Winning. To get there, go some cooldown rate. Red Moon Rising. 3 points into Red Moon. We can get a 4th augment slot. Is it possible to get 4 augment slots? Yes, it is. Good timing. It is. So 3 Red Moon, a 4th for Luckless. Let's just say 4 more ready to roll right now. 1 point in Can't Stop Winning. I can get 1 point in Can't Stop Winning with 10 levels. Now, I can shave off points in Blue Tree. I can sacrifice damage in Blue Tree to get more in Can't Stop Winning. The doubling Windfall bonuses is what I think they're talking about. No, hang on. There's one that increases Windfall bonuses, but... yeah, you have to remind us where it is. Smelyansky. But that's kind of what I'm thinking initially. Stacks in the middle. That's fortune stacks. You see... If I go all in on Red Tree, can I get 3 augments? No. The 1 point skill works exactly how it's written. You gain an additional augment slot. So you start with 1, you put a point in, you now have 2. If you want your 3rd, you now need to go to another skill tree and spec a different skill, which gives you an additional augment slot. I'll give you 3. If you want your 4th, you'll need to go to the next skill that gives you it. It's over here. There's 3 different skills that give you +1 slots. So if you spec them all, you get 4 slots. Infinity class mods will come with Devil Tines. That would be fun. That would be really fun. Doesn't every other Vault Hunter have 2 augment slots at the start? Technically, yes. But you only have to spend 1 skill to match that. 1 skill point to match that. And then you can take it further. And honestly, how many builds in Borderlands 4 do you see that take a capstone? Like, let's be real. That need it. Not take it because it's there. How many melee pass and cash trees? Not many. Not many. You can mix and match them from other trees. I don't think so, no, because like most of these augments very specifically affect the action skill. So I'm gonna just say no. Group Study Harlow. Technically, Group Study Harlow doesn't need it, but definitely benefits a lot. But like that's like one of the only ones. And the thing is with Group Study Harlow is you take it because it buffs you. It's not even like making your action skill better. It's just like it just gives you buffs because action skills are that shit. You barely bother to use anyone's action skill. They're fun. They're like some of the only action skills in the game that you can actually use for damage. You think Cash will have one or more class mods? Well, they've only announced one. I would hope that they go through the base game bosses and give them Cash's class mods. I also hope that they will rework their drops to not be one cluttered pool, but to be separate, or to at least bring up the drop rate of class mods from bosses to compensate them putting a new class mod in there. But yeah, I would hope Cash has more than one legendary class mod. It'd be pretty boring if he only had the one. What are the chances level cap upgrade we get is 10? I'm expecting 10, but we'll have to see. What manufacturers would be good for Cash? I know Jacobs is a good one. Weapon depending, I think Ripper will be good. Or Vladov. I think the others will be more for specific weapons. So like a Dark Beast will always be good. I think there are some reasons to use Convergence on this character. Katagara's Revenge as well. COV for mag dumps. COV is bad for mag dumps. COV usually gives you big mags and long reloads. You don't want COV for mag dumps. Also, COV makes it so that 2 ammo per shot does not burn through your mag twice as quickly, essentially doubling your mag size. COV, very bad for mag dumps. Bod. Bod would be a good weapon for mag dumps, yes. And this character does have a lot of gun damage, so... Bod character? $0.07 with shotgun? Well, you still don't want a COV part because it's still doubling your mag size. And gutting your damage. Because you want to reload, you don't want COV parts. Because if you get a 7 cents with a shotgun part, you can either reload it in 2 shots or you can reload it in 8. Your choice. Standard gun build, despite there being lots of fun stuff in Red Tree, for standard gun, I would say green is definitely the way to go. I think I had an idea with the Oh My God weapon in Red Tree. I think that might be quite fun. Or if you get enough points to get your ammo. If you're able to maintain infinite ammo with Wall Wagon, you could definitely do some fun fire ratey stuff with Red Tree. But I think that's always going to be a bit more niche. Good, I'm sure. Especially ammo sustain Torgue Stickies. We know what happens there. So Red Tree will be good, but I think for a more versatile generalist plug and play with any gun that you pick up, Green Tree will be your play. See what I'm saying? Well, what I'm saying is it is mathematically worse to use COV versus non-COV on these weapons. It just is. Longer reload, less... The damage hit is huge. Longer reloads, less time between your reloads, and you're doing way less damage per shot, so you're not even making it up in damage. It's just not good. Especially on a 7 cents, which needs to reload for its damage. Speaking of luckless worth it, yes, because it's a 1-point skill on what is a pretty good branch. What specializations should be considered? Caffeine, riddle you this. Potentially CQC if you go with the melee damage one. So, deals bonus incendiary melee damage, so CQC with that would be very good. Yeah, standard ones, really. If you go mid-red, you might want to do Full Spectrum Arsenal and Fragmentation Payload. Those are the two Ordnance ones. There's a big shout for going I Am a Gun and Honed Mind, which is gun damage to skill damage, and skill damage crit chance and crit damage. So I Am a Gun, Honed Mind will be two staples. I imagine you'd probably see a lot of Riddle You This, Caffeine, I Am a Gun, Full Spectrum, Hone Mind. Those four, I reckon, are going to be very common. Best Defense, because it's a trap and everybody specs it. Best Defense is also going to benefit if you're using Gates of Hell. Why is Best Defense a trap? Because you're spending 20 points on something where those points aren't really giving you anything. You could spend those 20 points elsewhere, get stats along the way for a different perk that is now better, including the stats that you've taken. And because there's other perks, you've got a perk limit of 4. You can find 4 soup skills in your specializations that don't take survival, that don't waste points getting max health and max shield, that get things like gun damage, action skill damage, cooldown rates, movement speed, that kind of thing. Like, if you're going to spend your 20 points and go for best defense, instead, take those 20 points and go on runner and get Groundbreaker. Better every time. If you really don't have a 4th skill to spend, which you do, if you really don't, just take those 20 points that you would have spent on survival, put them on runner, and get Groundbreaker. Now, if you don't want to play around Groundbreaker, like I do, or I don't, I should say, fair enough. You can go best defense, it is easy, it's nice for double dipping stuff, but for gun builds there are better options. Yeah, if you're specifically like double dipping and recycling, like, then that's when best defense becomes good. If it's just like, if you just need all damage, then it's great, but if you just have to like an instance of soup, then it's not very good. You're not using best defense, yeah. If you're doing double dip, mainly aim on. Best defense good. Otherwise, it's a bit of a meh. It's easy, sure, but there's just better shit elsewhere. What specializations do I use for Green Tree Harlow? Green Harlow, I use Riddle You This, I Am a Gun, Hone Mind. The 4th slot is open. It can be CQC, In the Zone, Groundbreaker, or Bullet Train. And because every shot is a crit, excess points into Killer is better than points into Survival for best defense. Because Killer is double what it lists, so that alone is just worth the soup of best defense, and you're not spending a perk point on it. Using best defense, yeah, the 4th slot is kind of open, but something like, so say with Harlow, you're auto-critting, right? You do not need a crit knife. If you're using your guns, you're not using a heavy weapon, That leaves your ordnance slot open. Spec CQC for 30% fire rate and throw a Slippy. Turn of Fate. Which one's Turn of Fate? Oh, and the green one that does lifesteal. Over shield, steal instead. Right, okay. So, getting over shield. So, a siphon shield will do. Like, it doesn't even... Okay. A portion of all cash damage cash is dealt from enemies is converted into overshield. Whenever Cash loses a fortune stack, shots from his guns deal damage equal to his overshield. It does not say that it is draining your overshield. It is equal to. Not draining your overshield. So as long as you have an overshield, you don't need to sustain the overshield. You've got it. So if you have your overshield from Gloam Till Glow itself, or any other form of lifesteal, or a What's for Dinner, then you do not need to go all the way to Turn of Fate, because that is deep red, and then picking a skill over Can't Stop Winning. So once you've gotten Can't Stop Winning and Turn of Fate, you're probably going to be quite skilled starved. I wouldn't say that's necessary. If you're in the area, which you might very well be, then sure, you can grab Turn of Fate. But if you want to do Gloam Till Glow stuff, you do not need Green Tree to do that. So long as you can keep it active through losing fortune stacks on the regular, which you can do with Dusty Trail. Doesn't Super Soldier have a bigger overshield than other shields? What would be the reason for that? I mean, if you're doing Gloam Till Glow stuff, then yes, you want whatever gives you the biggest overshield. That's going to be the most important thing, and then slap it on a brewery or something. I wonder if that divides your damage down between projectiles. Be worth testing. If you want to go retry with dual guns, what would I think would be the best skills for it continuing our limited skill option? If you do ordnance stuff, then Desperado Reckoning seems fun. If you want the guns themselves, the Hell Followed with him. Sword Off might be okay. Show Your Marrow. So 1, Hell Followed with him. Show Your Marrow, Midnight Showdown. Those 3 are good. Don't care for Slick Thunder. Whichever is best between Slick Thunder and Show Your Marrow, but I reckon it's going to be Show Your Marrow. What are the base totems? Mortar and Angry. I like those odds might be okay. Sword Off does sound cool. So that could be your 4. Marrow, Hell, Midnight, and Sword Off. That could be your 4. Now, if Mixologist works, then Sword Off would be really good. Winning Harder, where's that? You can't stop winning, or is there a different skill? Can't stop winning. We can't stop winning, lose a bit of value if you compare it to the insta-stacking on blue tier 1, if that works good. Two different skills. Can't stop winning is to do with Windfall, and Alchemy is to do with Stacks of Fortune. You get a fortune stack with any of you kill an enemy, and you have a chance to enter Windfall every time you reload your gun, just spending all the ammo or using an action skill. Windfall consumes a stack of fortune, all stacks of fortune, for increased damage and gun damage, and upgrades your action skills while Windfall is active. Ah, I see what you're saying. While Windfall is active, fortune skills act as if Cash has max stacks of fortune. Well, I could see Alchemy being worth less with... You could trigger Windfall manually now. Can you? From what I can tell... Windfall is a very random thing. Like, even Hell followed with him. Press fire during crossfire to attempt Windfall. It's not even a guaranteed thing, it's attempting it. Need a PhD to fully understand Borderlands skills? Yeah, yeah. The chance rate build. Only skill tree, all gambling. So this is pure skill damage gambling, is it? Well, given the amount of power... Yeah, Mobalytics need to upgrade that. Given the amount of power that you get from Windfall, I would definitely recommend either O Fortuna or Can't Stop Winning. If we get a level cap, that's where those points can go. Skill, though, whenever he attempts to enter Windfall and fails against a stack of Fortune, correct? I mean, gaining stacks shouldn't be too difficult. I mean, I haven't... Because I'm still needing to look at skills to remember them, it's hard to say if I like this or not, like, compared to what you can get. But, like, given that most of this stuff is gone. I don't know what your crit chance would be like this. You've got a little bit here. Well, you don't really need it because of that. Whenever you activate an action skill... Right, okay, we're activating our action skills a lot. We don't know how spammable this will be. But you might want to go... Instead of Stand and Bleed, you go Huckleberry instead. Ooh, I'm not even sure this is the... I'm not entirely sure Red Tree's the play. There you go, Alchemy. Well, need the third augment. Well, I'm thinking instead of Blue Tree, because there are skills here that aren't ordnance. It depends on values, but right now, we don't even know if action skill duration will work with totems yet. And then critical hit chance, well, you should be spamming your totems enough to get full uptime on Call and Luckless. So you won't need critical hit chance, so you can skip out on Stand and Bleed. Now you do get critical hit chance with Huckleberry, so you need one extra skill. Gun damage could work. Action skills, if they apply to totems. Alchemy will give you a much better way of getting fortune stacks, especially in boss fights. So the advantage of going blue tree is going alchemy. And then you can either go for broke, you can go for Sounds of Rain instead of Sound of Bleed, or you can go for more damage with Trick Taker. And then get Devil's Tines through blue tree. That also gives you access to the tentacle, but late scratch. Whenever you attempt to enter Windfall and fail, you gain a stack of fortune. That is there. Is it beyond saving? I mean, the build, whether or not it's beyond saving, just depends how good totems are for damage dealing. I mean, it's an action skill in Borderlands 4, so hopes aren't high. But as far as a build, to do damage with totems, regardless of if totems are good or not, the template here is fine. You're good. It'd be only minor tweaks. So like using the level cap points to get Can't Stop Winning or Fortuna. And then potentially changing your red tree around to incorporate Huckleberry, or to scrap red tree and replace it with blue tree with alchemy, trick taker, and devil's time. Whichever ends up being better, because we don't know numbers yet. Blue tree will give you a much easier access at fortune stacks, which will be much better for boss fights, which is where I would suggest totems would struggle the most. Whereas the extra crit damage is just going to be a bit chunk of damage. You can go either or. You could also drop a point into alchemy, stick with your red tree with Huckleberry's crit damage, and just drop a point into alchemy with, again, level cap points. Right, so that's kind of where I'm looking in terms of ordnance, guns. What if I were to do Gloam Till Glow? Because that's interesting. I want crit. I want crit. I want crit. No, Vanish Blue is cool. Oh, this is like the extra stacks, isn't it? Yeah. Just a higher ceiling on your stuff. Oh, Mr. Pocket's good. Shit, I need to consider that on a gunslinging build. Crossfire build. We'll get numbers when the characters released. In-game, yeah. Especially since they were changing them all the way up until launch. Okay, so Gloam Till Glow. A portion of all damage Cash is dealt from enemies is converted into Overshield. Whenever Cash loses a fortune stack, shots from his gun deal bonus damage equipped to his Overshield. So we've got Dusty Trail there. Then we have Alchemy. And now I've gone for point in Alchemy, yep. Luck be a robot. Action skill cooldown rate. Not too keen. Now, That bonus damage, if it does skill damage, I'd go with Charm Bracelet. Ohm will work with full mag. Anti-up, it would. I wonder if anti-up is based on soup or not. Because, like, how's that going to work with, say, a Hot Slugger? Are you going to have full bonus with Hot Slugger, or no bonus with Hot Slugger? Or will it depend on if you can get it reloaded in time before the projectile hits the target? Red Moon Rising, bonus fire damage with guns. Ah, bonus. That's bonus, so that might not be as good. I don't really know what else I would go. Ooh, insurance. Extra shield capacity. Ah, that might not work with Gloam to Glow though. No. Oh, damn. Like, Gloam Till Glow build can get cool. If we get a level cap. But if we get a level cap, I would now go 4 in Accursed Bones, 4 in Tormented. If we get 10 points, then I get Call and Snake Eyes. That is a Gloam Till Glow build that takes the necessary stuff in green. That is scary. And this is, of course, using a What's for Dinner. I think that's my favorite build yet. What totems would I use? Heavenly Sevens. This totem gives us overshields. I mean, Fireworks is just great regardless of what character you're playing. Fireworks would be good here, because you can get overshields with Fireworks just fine, especially if you have, if you've got outside sources, such as Heavenly Sevens. So yeah, Fireworks would be great. Fireworks is just mobbing. It's free mobbing damage. Fireworks is just always going to be good. This build would have all 4 augments? No, it can only have 3. Because I don't have enough green. And level cap points are going towards Call and Snake Eyes. So, Luck of the Draw is too far away. So we'd have 3 augments. Now, the base ones that we have... You see, Angry Totem gives us gun damage. So, if we choose more augments, we have a lower chance of getting Angry Totem. Five is alive. Lightning Rod. I don't expect that to be good. No flat cash inflicts a set effect on enemy. Lightning bolts spawn faster. Cool, that'll be easy enough to trigger. Protector Totem grants fire rate and reload speed. That one might be worth having, because at least it's a bonus. So it just increases the chance that we don't get The mortar totem. Yeah, we don't want the mortar totem. So Heavenly Sevens gives us at least 2 out of 3 rather than 1 out of 2. 3's company. Action skill damage to all allies. When this totem spawns, immediately gain a new charge. Dude, that's just really cool. But no. Mighty 9. Oh, that's the bonus melee damage one. That one might be worth having. What do you do? Dirty Dozen. Chaos Totem that spawns the cards. The base cards are what? Fireball, Fire Nova that detonates, spewing fire mortars, and then Magic Missile, Holmes deals kinetic damage. 4 splits. Nah. Ah. Easy 6s. Mini totems. Tainted Flame. Okay. I mean, right now, I only have 1 augment. I think. If I only go with 1 augment, then that does save me a point over in Red Tree that I can put somewhere else. I still need to put it in Red Tree to progress the tree. Skills, if need be. Fire rate, which will be good for Gloam Tilgle Home. But that's my Gloam build. The Gloam-eyed robot. That's mine. Nobody else is allowed it. Put it in green? I can't. It needs to be in red because I need it to get towards Gloam to Gloam. If I remove it... Oh, I could remove the green tree version, but then I have the same problem. So it needs to go into one of the trunks somewhere. Which I suppose is fine. Oh my god, it says I'm live. I'm not sure about cards. I just don't think they have the damage. Like, I've got a feeling cards will be fun, especially like bet on red and stuff in mobbing. But then the moment you come across like Radix, that it just like falls flat on its face. Yeah, that's what you mean. Depends which strong you want the F point in. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you do either. Like, if I wanted to do action skill that wasn't ordnance stuff, which to me sounds like the wrong thing to do. It gives me 3 augments. I don't know if fire rate bonuses apply inside of Crossfire. That's really important information to know. Maybe Glenmotus is 1 point reading. From reading the card, it might. Whenever Cash loses a fortune stack, shots from his gun deal bonus damage equal to his overshield. Ah, I see. A portion of all damage is dealt from overshields is converted to overshields. Whenever Cash loses stack, shots from his guns deal bonus damage equal to his overshield. You're right. Reading. Borderlands players, we can't do it. So what, from that looks like the portion is what is increased per point. So it could just be a 1 point window, which would make my spec in green tree would be easier, because I would just have to do that. And that way, I can spend more points in green. You're right, it might just be a 1 pointer. And so that adds fire plus action skill fire rate. Real. Hot hand. Cash deals bonus to damage the higher his fire to greater bonus. That doesn't specify guns. Okay. Now, portion of all elemental damage Cash deals is converted into kinetic damage. How does that work with bonus elements? If this is just Infusion 2, then it doesn't. Thoughts on Hot Streak, blue, right? Lot of potential, especially when it's in the same tree as Alchemy. I don't think you're gonna get every shot being a crit, but this will essentially work as like a very effective crit chance skill for 1 point. I think if you're in the area, it's worth grabbing, because like Vex will take a skill point that's 3% crit chance per point. Well, this is going to give you a lot more crits than 1 in every 30 shots, unless you're firing a kinetic buoy. But even then, if you have a What's for Dinner, the dot chance should be higher than 3. So yeah, How does it deal with Pearl Override? Well, I would imagine if you've got Kinetic Override, it just won't do anything. But if you have Elemental Override, which override wins? Yes, which override wins? The game just implodes. Or it keeps converting, and it keeps applying the damage converted this way is increased. So it keeps looping. And then the damage converted loops. And you shoot something, and it just explodes. Recursive conversion. But every time it goes back to kinetic, the damage conversion gets damage. So you just get infinite damage. Right. Which of the skills has got an internal cooldown? If you only use one ornament, you can inspect both +1 skills. You can. But I plan on using more than one. I want that one, I want that one, and I want that one. Now I have a bunch of excess skill points. Because my build essentially works. So where do I put them? With fire rate and hot hand. Lawless into Pale. That's bonus element hell, but that's probably good just for like elements. That's what. Yeah, a lot of these are probably skill source. Like that is 100% skill damage, right? Like that's skill damage, yeah. Elements he'll have affinity to, as in like what elements the action skills deal, just what is said on the card. Like that one's cryo, that one's kinetic, that one's thunder. The action skill itself has got as a fire one. And that one's cryo, the fire turret. That one's corrosive. Like Vex is a kinetic, and that's what I meant. Well, Vex's kinetic stuff is a grand total of like 2 skills. Like that's not how the characters work in Borderlands. The damage of things are the damage of the things. So Hot Hand is fire, Tail Rider is kinetic. Hellboy is corrosive, Thunder the Table is shock. Doesn't... You just choose what you need. Alright, how's Doshot bot looking? Think Vex. Now take all of Vex's shit skills, make them good, and put them on one character. While also having the advantages of all the other characters. Like infinite ammo and infinite crits. In multiple trees, not just one, to give you options. Also a B-shield. He's looking very strong. Like, I don't think he'll have any issue clearing content in the game. The action skills are always a question mark, so right now I'm kind of creating a spec for Crossfire. How does he do the spinny thing? How does he do the Reaper ult? Basic action skill. Well, pressing action skill ends it early, or holding it ends it early. Then pressing holding fire is burst fire. Pressing holding aim is lock on, and melee is the knockback. Dash override is a shadow step. Action skill is rockets. So F is rockets. Ordnance is more rockets. Unless that is... that's a different description. Or it's attached to a class mod? Maybe. I'm gonna need 4 if I want Marrow. I have to choose between Marrow and Showdown. Unless I put 10 points into blue, and then I can get both. Yeah, I wonder which one's better here. Marrow is probably better. Windfall is ricochet chance. That's not spin to win. Level cap goes into luckless. Luckless and ready to roll. Maybe wait, what's the difference between increase cooldown rate and action skill duration, or whenever we get a kill, restore duration? So maybe bone meal ticket and then can't stop winning. Maybe they're just aiming in a circle. Maybe they were just aiming in a circle. You think the dash override for Midnight Showdown only applies to Crossfire? Yes. I'd be shocked if it didn't. Harlow has a skill that gives you action skill cooldown rate, but it's an augment. You do not get the effects of this augment, even though you can fulfill the requirements for it outside of your action skill. You do not get the bonus unless your action skill is active. Maybe enter. You think there's maybe an animation of entering Windfall? Yeah, we don't know how Windfall works. We don't know if something happens when you enter Windfall. It just says when Windfall is active. We don't know if it's just like a buff that comes on, or if you do an animation. Maybe it is that. We do not know. So now, right now, I'm stuck between a choice. Like doing the extra green to go with Can't Stop Winning, or extra blue to get an extra augment to go with Midnight Showdown. Without Midnight Showdown, I do Hell Followed with him, Marrow, and Sword Off. Provided Sword Offs are good. If they're not, then that makes the choice a lot easier. But this is what I'm thinking in terms of pure Crossfire that isn't Ordnance. I think the Ordnance one will be better, but at least right now we've got two ideas of two different ways of building this action skill to potentially be good. But the Ordnance one having access to fragmentation, payload, and double down just makes me think Ordnance is going to be the way. But we also don't know what class mods there are. If there is a class mod that just does what Technomancer does and applies Ordnance damage to all of our action skill with Crossfire, then, well, the Ordnance route will definitely be the best. Do I think Hell Followed with him can be infinite scaling? Nothing beats lead. If your action skill lasts long enough, you don't need Nothing Beats Lead for that, I don't think. I think that'll just keep going up so long as you can keep activating it. If you've got enough action skill uptime, I think you should just be able to stack that up really high. This just takes what you've currently got and adds a bit more on top. So yes, it'll make you do more damage, especially since it's converting it to kinetic, which will help a lot. But you don't need Nothing Beats Lead, I don't think. We're not far off of it, though. That's another direction we could go with the extra levels. To add shield capacity as damage, does it apply per pellet or per shot? I don't think we have a multi-pellet action skill that takes shield damage. So work off of. Where are you even looking for that? Add shield presses damage. Oh, if you're thinking like Gloam Till Glow. Gamma Ray Burst, I believe, divides down. If it works like Gamma Ray Burst, it'll divide down. They learned from Beehawk? Well, they didn't, because they made the same mistake with this game, and they had to fix it again. They quite obviously didn't. Because when this game came out, it was all about unlisted projectiles with neutron capture, and they had to fix it again for a second time. Yeah, neutron capture plus convergence or Katagawa's revenge. Whew. Hope the cooldown's not abysmal. Yeah, especially within some of these skills that potentially have cooldowns as well. Like there's one that gives you novas when you shoot people. Like does Snake Eyes have a cooldown? Whenever Cash shoots an enemy with a gun, fire a bone shard at all other jinxed enemies. Does that have a cooldown? Who it is. That is stuff we will not see until we have our hands on the characters. Man, I'm pissed. I'm busy. When this DLC comes out, I'm working a whole bunch of evenings. That sucks. I've had all this time off. I can't use it. Why do we need jobs? Why can't we just live? Do what we want. Did they already release one class mod? No. They've already announced that there's going to be a class mod. No shit. But they didn't say anything about adding class mods to base game yet. I can marry rich and then quit job. An option. Add a Bloom Reaper class mod. Oh yeah, Bloom Reaper as well. Hopefully. It'd be nice to have a big whole bunch of class mods to dive into. Do I think they'll rework certain trees with the DLC drop based on previous titles? What do you mean by previous titles? Previous titles won't affect anything that happens with the current characters, because anything that they would influence has already been influenced in the creation of them. Any changes now will be because of stuff that's happened since this game launched. Like Blue Tree Hollow being shit. Unless you mean just like, did they do that in previous games? Rework skill trees with DLC drops? Not like because of DLCs, just kind of in patches. Sometimes they lined up, sometimes they didn't. I do expect a patch to do stuff to other characters alongside. I expect the change next week to be big. I expect it to be level cap, character, DLC content, and then a huge patch alongside, doing a whole bunch of crap. It will be a big day. There'll be a lot to look into. If a class mod have a Devil's Time, I mean, I could see it happening. It would be funny. From 4 augments to 5 isn't huge, especially with the randomness of the action skills. Oh, less so this one, but that's by intent. I could see it happening. It wouldn't be broken or anything. If it has all three, well, it will probably won't have all three. It'll probably just have one of them. But they might. Dancer does exist. And if Dancer exists, then... It's like, to get all 7 augments, you'd need to have the skill points spent to unlock all 7 augments, as well as the other thing. So, in actuality, after you spent all of the skill points required to be able to apply 7 augments, you probably don't have enough points left over to spec the skills yourself as well. So, yeah, actually. You might just be able to... That might just be a thing. That'd be really funny. I want it. Because it would be funny. I don't think it'd be OP. Especially since, yeah, Dancer do exist. Dancer does definitely exist. Called the dealer. I mean, yeah. Yeah, dealer's choice. Right, that is a lot of talking. Like, more than usual. My throat's fucked. It is shot. I think I'm gonna call it there. Don't really know what to do tomorrow. We've still got this damn event, which I hate. I don't like this event. I mean, I like the loot, but playing in it just kind of sucks, because the enemies don't attack you, just boring, and they're all really tanky. I've been thinking about leveling an Arcanized Rafa. Do I want to do that? Not particularly. But maybe I do like a level 30 start on an Arcanized Rafa. Oh, the event ended. No, the challenge. The community challenge ended Monday. The event persists till Thursday. I haven't actually done a fresh playthrough with Rafa, so I don't have his gameplay. Maybe I do, though. We'll see. We'll see what I do tomorrow. I get good old Slugger enhancement of the event. Good luck. So yeah, I'm going to call it there. There is more from me. Earlier today, if you have not seen it, I uploaded a new video to YouTube using the Burt's Bees. In that video, I did a Ordinite processor with the bees, and then I platinumed Bloom Reaper on UVH6 with a Burt's Bees. Because I can. So if you want to check that out, it is on the YouTube channel. Enjoy that. Till next time, thank you very much for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Stay safe, stay awesome. I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.